Chapter 581. After arranging the departure time with Quan He, Yu Hong returned to the cultivation room, sat cross-legged in meditation, and began quietly cultivating, waiting for the final moment of fortification to arrive. In the traits within his mind, the three elements divine light he initially cultivated had now reached perfection, granting him a trait called Piercing Eye. Piercing Eye, an offensive ability released by the eyes, enhancing piercing effect by 500%, had no embellishments, only this one effect of increasing penetration. This trait directly amplified the power of Yu Hong's Eye of Emosa when casting Chaotic God Heavenly Eye by several times. Over the past 3 years, Yu Hong tested it. Now, the power of his Chaotic God Heavenly Eye, Eye of Emosa, had far surpassed other divinity transformation stage magic techniques. Therefore, he abandoned the pursuit of other divinity transformation spells, as his piercing gaze and terrifyingly enhanced close combat, Holy Tiger type, rendered spells and magic techniques superfluous to him. He now uses a combat style based on the Qingwei Heart technique and divinity transformation spells as his external disguise. It deceives opponents into believing he is an ordinary immortal Dao cultivator, only for his strong close combat destructive power to bring them a massive surprise when they engage him closely. Time slowly passed. A few hours quickly went by, and the final moment of outer eye fortification finally arrived. Sitting cross-legged and unmoving, Yu Hong gazed at the countdown timer reflected in the mirror in front of him. At the instant when the last minute ticked down to 0, he suddenly felt a pain in his eyeballs, followed by a surge of new information flooding into his mind. Outer eye fortification complete, you have obtained the Withered Eye. Withered Eye, one of the ultimate evolutionary paths of the Eye of Emosa, enables rapid decay and decompose targets when gazed upon, dismantling their structure. Additionally, gains the King of Decay trait and Withered Body trait. King of Decay, your abilities related to decay and withering are at the highest priority. In your eyes, even time can be shattered with sufficient power. Your body, mind, and soul gain an eternal stability trait, preventing aging from the passage of time. Your growth trait gains infinite enhancement. You gain 80% resistance to time-space related effects, and 100% resistance to decay effects. You can partially control the speed of decay and withering within a small area and reverse it at will. Withered Body, your physical attributes are amplified 20 times, and your close combat destructive power is enhanced 20 times. All your attacks will automatically carry a decay erosion effect. Your innate control over power far exceeds that of ordinary beings, and your cultivation speed in any power system will be increased tenfold. Warning: due to acquiring a top-tier heavenly human-level complete organ, your body will passively undergo heavenly human transformation, and your actions will automatically carry a regional influence. Tisk TSK, this time's fortification is quite substantial, a heavenly human-level organ. It was definitely worth it. Everything needed has been obtained. Yu Hong opened his eyes, reaching out with his hand to grip lightly. Bang! The transparent space within his palm twisted as if squeezed like a soap bubble, then rebounded back to normal. This grip seemed to cause the surrounding space to show fine black lines due to the spatial distortion. Although the black lines disappeared in a flash, Yu Hong still followed them to sense the deep connection to the source, the Heaven's Eye. The Chaotic God Heavenly Eye scripture was essentially a cultivation technique mimicking the Heaven's Eye, and this fortification unexpectedly directly influenced the Heaven's Eye, which Yu Hong hadn't anticipated. Continuing to fortify at this pace, I wonder what level this eye can achieve. Yu Hong felt the immense feedback of mana starting from the Withered Eye in his eye sockets. The feedback mana, in both quality and quantity, was far superior to his previous mana, and much more viscous. He realized that the comprehensive evolution of his body, brought about by the outer eye, had begun, which would also accelerate his cultivation speed. He didn't stop but quickly decided on the next trait to fortify. Without hesitation, he merged the Withered Body with the Innate Body to enhance his cultivation speed trait. The countdown quickly appeared. April 11th, at 8:54 a.m.
Yuong Siged.
A hint of frustration in his heart, knowing that previous trait fusions took only a little time, but now both fusion and fortification times were getting longer and longer. After finishing these, Yu Hong seriously closed his eyes to sense the changes in his body. He extended his hand, feeling that any dust or gas approaching him was naturally attracted to him. The natural heat he emitted was also wholly absorbed back by an inexplicable force. Is the excessive density starting to cause gravitational pull? Yu Hong understood the phenomenon, recognizing it as akin to stellar collapse, though currently only subtly manifesting. He then carefully performed the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, a pure white heavenly river naturally emerging and revolving around him. He had now begun to touch upon the contamination level, characterized by extreme mana density, which significantly amplified the area of effect with just a small amount of mana. The huge density difference caused the mana to naturally create a big explosion-like phenomenon, resulting in contamination. Divinity Transformation Stage Cultivation, plus 20-fold physical attributes and 20-fold close combat destructive power. Looks like I need a suitable opponent to test the current results. Yu Hong didn't know the exact gap between Divinity Transformation and later returning to Void Mahayana Ascension, but he now considered himself a small expert within the Immortal Tao. Time passed unconsciously. Soon, the clock on the table showed it was 9 a.m. the next day. Yu Hong stood up and, along with Quan He, tidied up the belongings in the safe house before starting their long-awaited departure journey by controlling the safe house. See you in 10 years, senior. Yu Hong transmitted in a deep voice. With your cultivation speed, I hope you can step into the immortal realm in 10 years.
Sudan Inquerid.
He had truly witnessed Yu Hong's terrifying prowess and discovered something special about him in the past 3 years. I hope so.
Yuong Smiled.
The black spirit soared into the sky, colorful threads emerging around, slowly enveloping the entire safe house in the center. Then, with a swish, the safe house completely vanished. In the wind disaster, the black spirit sped through the colorful lines like a swimming fish, accelerating in the direction given by Su Dan. Buzz. Shortly, a huge, tapering colorful tornado appeared ahead in the colorful lines. Is the coordinate correct? Quan He asked doubtfully. Correct. The coordinate given by the senior is inside this. The surface is covered by the wind disaster, but it's actually a hidden cosmic passage inside. Yu Hong checked the coordinate recorded on the water instrument ball, controlling the black spirit, and accelerated towards the tornado. Watch out. Something's coming. Quan He suddenly called out in a low voice. Just as the safe house was about to rush into the tornado, a group of golden heads, each the size of a car, flew in from the side. These heads, rolling and laughing, brushed past the safe house at high speed. Their massive size caused the safe house to wobble, and this wobbling shifted the black spirit's direction, sending it rushing into another side of the tornado. Boom! The whole black spirit began to be lifted and spun at high speed. Yu Hong and Quan He cast spells to steady themselves, activating the internal protective array, waiting for the safe passage through the tornado. About 10 minutes later, with a pop, the entire safe house suddenly stilled. The swirling lines in front disappeared, replaced by a dark, hexagonal tunnel entrance. Without any hesitation, the safe house accelerated again, rushing into the tunnel in one go. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Light calendar year 11287. Intercontinental strife erupted on Flame Star. As Elza, Fran, and Linglong, the three major powers, conspired through proxy wars to silently carve up the planet's resources and re-establish a new world order. 3 months into the war, a giant alien warship descended overnight upon Ford Mountain, the largest city of Elza. The alien civilization known as Inluo arrived on Flame Star, initiating a full-scale invasion and colonization. Meanwhile, the powerful biochemical technology known as life armor also spread to Flame Star along with them, Yuanxi city of the Linglong Empire. In an old gray-white residential building, Yu Hong slowly shook his head, waking up from the daze. He glanced around. The safe house was as usual, unchanged, with the array perfectly securing all items inside. Quan He was sprawled near the desk, her head hitting the corner and creating a small notch, though her forehead was unharmed. The bright and soft golden sunlight was streaming in through the window and observation window. I actually passed out? Yu Hong stood up in disbelief, moving his body and swiftly scanning himself internally with his vast divine sense. The major difference between the divinity transformation stage and nascent soul was the birth and nurturing of a new spiritual power called divine sense within the nascent soul. The strength of the divine sense lay in its deeper subtleties, higher density, and quality of spiritual strength. It originated from spiritual power but far surpassed spiritual force. The difference in strength was like that between charcoal and diamonds. Divine sense was also a prerequisite for refining top-level protective magic treasures in immortal Tao cultivation. Abilities like multitasking, photographic memory, and super comprehension were maximally enhanced at this stage. Yu Hong walked slowly to the window and looked outside. Outside was a bustling street. People riding bicycles and electric scooters weaved through each other, while commuters flowed quickly along the sides of the road. Horn sounds, shouts, and the chirping of birds on the power lines intermingled in layers. It looks like a very ordinary place. Where is the vitality here? Behind him, Quan He also woke up, slowly getting up and walking to Yu Hong's side, rubbing her temples. How did we pass out? She asked in confusion. That tornado was problematic. Given our physique and level of cultivation, it's impossible for us to experience dizziness or unconsciousness. Also, we seem to have been hit by something at the last moment, skewing our direction. This isn't the target universe pointed out by Senior Su Dan, Yu Hong said in a deep voice. I suspect that we experienced a time-space shift when we entered the tornado. In the City of No Light, he had received much guidance from Su Dan. As he entered the contamination level at the divinity transformation stage, he had already begun preliminary studies and research on time and space. Time-space shift. Quan He asked in confusion. What's that? Chapter 582. Any spatial entity has a time attribute. The essence of the time attribute is the quantification of the speed of change of all things within the space. If an entity moves suddenly from a place with a fast time speed to a place with a very slow time speed, this huge disparity will cause immense discomfort to the entity itself, resulting in phenomena such as collapse, disintegration, and structural restructuring. We, because of our high cultivation and strong physique, just fainted, which is already a very good result, Yu Hong explained. I see. No matter what this place is, first understand the situation, then quickly replenish vitality to ensure cultivation, Quan He said in a serious tone. Okay. Yu Hong nodded and swiftly used his divine sense to feel the safety of the safe house at this moment. Black Spirit had completely integrated into this world and this city, becoming the houses connected on the second, third, and fourth floors of this old residential building. The previous safe house structure had entirely fused into this ordinary gray-white small building. Click. Yu Hong turned the doorknob of the safe house and slowly walked out. At this moment, he had already reduced his body size and changed into a simple gray t-shirt and black casual pants. All abnormal signs and marks on him were hidden with magic. He planned to go out for a stroll and see what the condition of this city was. Quan He temporarily decided not to leave. She was in the room adjusting the radio and television previously stored, intending to gather some information through wireless signals on this world's network. The two collaborated, one openly and one secretly. Bang! Yu Hong gently closed the door and glanced at the old gray concrete stairwell. The stair railing and walls were covered with red, graffiti-like small advertisements. He was standing on the second floor. Walking a short distance down the stairs would reach the ground floor. Huh? No one was here yesterday. Brother, did you just move in? Before Yu Hong could go downstairs, he saw a young man with yellow hair holding a basketball, standing at the staircase entrance, looking at him in surprise. Yes, I just moved in today. I'll probably stay for a while. Sorry for the disturbance. Yu Hong revealed a natural smile. Language for him now could be solved with a small magic trick, which not only translated but also made people unaware. You're too polite, brother. Did you add the phone number of the building manager? Don't forget it. It's pretty strict outside now. the young man kindly reminded. Yeah, got it. Thanks for the reminder. Yu Hong walked down the stairs and stood in the bright sunlight, basking in it. He felt warm all over. Although it was just a little bit of radiant heat, the feeling was warmer than being in flames. Behind him, he heard the young man opening the door upstairs. His divine sense perfectly captured the young man's every move, naturally presenting it in his mind. This young man happened to live in the unit directly opposite the Black Spirit's front door. Yu Hong followed the sidewalk, walking slowly in the sunlight. People passed by him, now being noon. The aroma of food wafted from somewhere, making one's mouth water. Yu Hong strolled leisurely on the street. Unconsciously, he walked through the snack street and past the clothing district. He hadn't returned to normal human society for a long time. Seeing the messy shops on the street, he couldn't help but feel a slight urge to go in and re-experience life. This seems to be a very ordinary, natural human planet, Yu Hong gradually concluded as he walked. The technological level is much lower than before the Black Disaster broke out in the Hope City world. But quickly disperse. Disperse. Move out of the way for idle people. Suddenly, a sharp shout came from afar on the street ahead. A convoy slowly moved along the street, heading towards them. All the vehicles in the convoy were uniformly black, totaling only 5 cars. The central car had its window open, and inside was a strange armored man, fully dressed in black armor with blue glowing eyes, sitting upright in the back seat, watching the passing pedestrians. It's a Yinluo person. Aren't Yinluo people only seen in special districts? Seeing the armored man, the surrounding people looked alarmed. What about the Empire's army? Isn't this area not an occupied zone? The army had been completely defeated long ago. Since the co-governance treaty was signed, many resistance officials were executed for war crimes by the government. Now they should be welcoming the Yinluo envoy to the embassy. Yu Hong's divine sense instantly reflected the multitude of whispers around him. He saw the surrounding people bow slightly, not daring to look directly at the Yinluo person as they passed by. He quickly mimicked their actions, blending in with the crowd. Fortunately, the Yinluo person did not pay much attention to him, just looked around for a while, then closed the car window and drove off. Yu Hong quietly scanned the other body with his divine sense. Such strong quality? Yu Hong was slightly surprised upon receiving the feedback. The body quality of this Yinluo person was equivalent to more than 10 times that of the average adult. After the convoy drove away, Yu Hong wandered around the street for a while before arriving at a newsstand. Picking up a newspaper, Yu Hong keenly discovered something amiss. Yinluo warship successfully liberates capital Suning. 13 articles of friendly cooperation between humans and Yinluo civilization. The mystery of evolution. 7 key principles of the powerful Yinluo civilization. A series of news articles were all about Yinluo people. Moreover, all were flattering and cautiously supportive. Yu Hong flipped through it and quickly found a notice regarding Yinluo Haztar Regional Administrator, officially taking over Linglong Empire Law Enforcement Authority. Has it been completely crushed? Yu Hong guessed the situation. In his divine sense, the physical qualifications of humans here were very ordinary, and the Inlorian who just passed by was far stronger, not to mention the armor he was wearing. Putting down the newspaper, Yu Hong tried cautiously to release his divine sense, starting to scan the entire city area centered on himself. But as soon as he started, he felt something was wrong. Above the city, there was a powerful invisible wave covering the area. The divine sense touched it slightly and immediately retracted. Yu Hong's face slightly frowned. He hurriedly and quickly left the place, disappearing into the depths of the alleys between the buildings in no time. A few seconds later, shush! A blue light flickered, and a blue-eyed Inlorian wearing black-gray armor appeared at the spot where Yu Hong had just stood. He has already left. Or maybe it was just an illusion, this person said in a deep voice. It should be an illusion. This planet is full of inferior humans. There is no so-called individual who can threaten us. Swish! Another Inlorian figure appeared. The appearance of the two made the surrounding crowd quickly scatter and leave. No one dared to make a sound. An elderly man didn't have time to hide in the stairwell. Shush! One Inlorian raised his hand, launching a transparent air cannon. Pop! The air cannon directly punched a large hole in the old man's forehead, and he fell to the ground dead. This time there were finally screams. More people started to run frantically into the distance, leaving the once bustling street empty in a few blinks. In the distance, Yu Hong observed everything, making some judgments in his mind. He quickly returned to the safe house, where Quan He was holding a printed document, rising to hand it to him. You came at the right time. This document is information about the Inlorians I found on the internet. Yu Hong took the document and quickly scanned it. Aliens colonists, openly announcing that they are looking for something. The document clearly printed some purposes and physical abilities of the Inlorians. These aliens, have they really come all this way just for some nether sand mine? Mining should be an excuse. Quan He shook his head. The Inlorians have left behind forces on Flamestar. Their biochemical armor cannot be pierced by even the most powerful human cannons and missiles. The technological disparity is too great. We can't worry about so much. What about vitality? Have you found a way to replenish it? Yu Hong asked. I understand somewhat why we're here. The Inlorians' top technological achievement, known as life armor, Quan He explained. The Inlorians descended on Flamestar with 3 large ships, suppressing and crushing all active forces of the 3 major nations, wiping out the resistance forces several times over while the opponents didn't even manage to make a few injured. The sheer power of technological disparity allowed the Inlorians to completely control Flamestar within a week, Quan He said. Humans simply cannot defeat the Inlorians on their own, which led to the emergence of the Surrender faction. Some of their leaders, because of their excellent performance, were rewarded with life armor by the Inlorians, making them puppet government heads managing Flamestar for the Inlorians. There's a phrase circulating among the Resistance faction online. Only by mastering life armor can there be hope of defeating the Inlorians. Life armor. Yu Hong realized the key. Yes, I checked. This thing can instantly modify genes and integrate into the body to modify the whole body. It's likely the source for our vitality replenishment. Quan He nodded. Don't rush. We need to understand these Inlorians thoroughly first. Acting rashly now, we don't have the City of No Light as a retreat route, Yu Hong said gravely. Understood. Quan He wistfully recalled the days on the mining star, when they didn't need to worry about vitality and just focused on cultivating. By the way, I found out that although the official governments of various countries here have been fully taken over, the local people have not given up resistance. They organized a human liberation organization named the Tower of Dawn, attempting to resist the Inlorians through stealing and seizing life armor. Maybe. You mean, contact the Tower of Dawn? Yu Hong asked. Yes. Quan He nodded. Don't rush. We are newcomers. First, we need to determine the technological and power level of the Inlorians. When I tried a divine sense scan earlier, I found a massive invisible wave covering everything above. I suspect the Inlorians are monitoring the place at all times, Yu Hong said in a low voice. We need to test it out, Quan He understood. Do you have an idea? Yu Hong asked. As I said, through the Tower of Dawn we subtly assist them, use them to test the Inlorians, Quan He said. Feasible. We are just short of staff now. We can't handle everything by ourselves, Quan He said. Leave it to me, Yu Hong smiled. His extreme summoning could come in handy this time. After thinking for a moment, he waved his right hand. A row of black-haired shadows standing straight appeared. These were the lowest level of black disaster illusion summoning bodies. With Yu Hong's current cultivation, he could summon as many as needed. Divinity transformation stage, theoretically, is powerful enough to annihilate a star. This small trick was effortless for him. These can only be used for minor tasks. We need intelligent assistance, Quan He said helplessly. That's tricky, Yu Hong pondered. The Tower of Dawn is too prominent. This planet cannot be the only ones dissatisfied with the Inlorians. I'll find a few more human resistance members and try forming a new spirit alliance. Chapter 583. 1 hour later, Linglong Empire, Beijiang City. In an exhibition gallery named Four Seasons. A series of special paintings themed around the Four Seasons hung on the walls, for people to slowly appreciate and comment on. Yan Wei disguised herself as an ordinary tourist and walked into the exhibition. She glanced at herself slightly, wearing a white dress, a large wavy copper-colored hat, long hair draped simply behind, with a large V-neck that exposed her ample chest. In fact, she disliked dressing like this, but for this mission, the role she was playing required such attire. At this moment, enduring and conflicted, her mood had already plummeted to rock bottom. Her state was extremely poor. She touched the pearl earrings on her ears. These things appeared to be earrings but were actually long-distance hidden wavelength communicators. Do we really have to dress this disgustingly? I feel my chest is very cold. And my legs are also cold. Yan Wei whispered. Your current identity is the second daughter of a wealthy merchant, returned from studying abroad, with considerable accomplishments in art. The country you went to is very open and has a hot climate, and the second daughter you're playing is relatively free-spirited. This is her most conservative outfit. Miaoji's helpless voice came through the earpiece. Yan Wei glanced down at her legs, only wrapped in a thin layer of white silk. Can't I change into something warmer? No way, you should take this up with Lord Safra who arranged this plan. Miaoji shirked the blame. But doesn't this outfit look great on you? Very fairy-like. You are fair-skinned and beautiful too. Ah, looking good has no value. It only serves as a mere accessory to increase objectification. If you can't talk properly, you might as well shut up. Yan Wei said coldly. Wei Wei, your temper is too explosive. Miaoji couldn't help but say. What's wrong with looking good? Yan Wei was known within their small organization for her bad temper, impatience, and coldness. Although she was very beautiful, had a great figure, full and strong, with a large chest and long, evenly proportioned legs. Almost the stereotypical ice beauty. But due to her temper, no one could tolerate her. They belonged to an official secret organization named Green Light. This time, a top-secret message came from above. Yinluo's experimental life armor named Sha River, made of Flamestar's native materials, had just been assembled and was ready for transportation to Linglong capital. They needed to assist in guarding it along the way. And Beijiang City was one of the key points for this transfer. There are 15 minutes left. The transfer team's vehicles will pass by the street in front of the gallery. We will release the scout unit about 30 seconds in advance. Keep an eye on the timing and be alert. Miaoji reminded. Got it. Yan Wei nodded covertly. She pinched the hidden armor component inside her sleeve. This time, the organization dispatched 3 officers, each proficient in life armor components, and far superior to ordinary people. She was one of them. She checked the time and naturally pretended to appreciate the paintings, walked a few steps, and moved to a different painting. This painting depicted a child accidentally falling out of a window but was caught by a passing flying Yinluo, who gently held him and placed him back into the window. When Yan Wei arrived, there was already an argument in front of this painting. I told you Yinluo are just a group, a community with both good and bad individuals. This painting expresses that Yinluo are not as cold and ruthless as they appear. There are good ones amongst them. We should respond to them with a gentle attitude, find the moderate faction among them, and rely on them to oppose the hardline and ruthless faction. This was said by an elderly man dressed in a casual outfit with white hair, his face tightly knit, accompanied by 2 young people who seemed to be his juniors. I also said that competition between groups is not bound by morality. Sympathy arises more broadly when life levels are similar. Hardliners won't be guided by sympathy, only moderates will. Moderates are inherently gentle and can't compete against hardliners in internal power struggles, so they are destined to be a minority. Relying on moderates to counter hardliners will only lead to one result: total defeat. On the other side was a robust young man who said this. He seemed to be alone, wearing a simple white t-shirt and dark blue jeans, which didn't hide his solid muscle contours. Then what do you think the best approach should be? The old man looked at the robust young man solemnly. Retreat. First, find a way to avoid confrontation. Knowing you won't win and still confronting them is suicidal, a meaningless sacrifice. Only by preserving useful individuals will there be hope for the future. The robust young man replied. The old man snorted coldly upon hearing this, seemingly disdainful, and turned to leave with his group. Yan Wei also felt a surge of disgust. Escaping will only make oneself more miserable. She couldn't help but blurt out. Pictures of her family lying in a pool of blood spontaneously emerged in her mind. Back then, she escaped, using the opportunity her parents fought for. She survived, but in return, she was left with deep guilt and pain towards herself. If she could have sought help in time, reported to the police to rescue her family affected by the Yinluo combat aftermath, maybe things wouldn't have been so. But there is no if. Retreat is not passive avoidance but strategic withdrawal for stronger counterattacks in the future. The robust young man smiled and responded. Do you think you can counterattack? Yan Wei asked coldly. You don't understand what you're facing at all. Everyone has weaknesses. It might be difficult, it might be dangerous, but only if people survive can there be hope. Isn't that right? The man continued. If everyone were like you, the entire Linglong would have been wiped out long ago. Yan Wei retorted. Actually, that's not true. The man was about to continue. That's nonsense. Shut up. Yan Wei suddenly raised her voice, a surge of anger welling up in her chest, cutting him off. You don't understand anything. If you haven't truly experienced it yourself, stop spouting nonsense here. How do you know I haven't experienced it? The man retorted. One person escaping alone, and then what? What can you achieve by isolating yourself from the group? The opposition is a collective, and if everyone thinks like you, the front vanguard will naturally try to escape during a confrontation. The end result will be that, even if you are stronger, you will face inevitable defeat time and again. Yan Wei said coldly. So what do you suggest? The man asked. Surrender, join them. Yan Wei responded coldly. Only by integrating can we learn their key techniques, which is the only hope for our people to rise again. The life armor of the Yinluo people is technology far beyond the reach of the entire Flamestar. Many of them are willing to help us, as long as we are friendly enough. Hey! The man fell silent and simply chuckled. Besides laughing, you can do nothing. Yan Wei said, leaving a remark before turning and walking toward the next painting. The man behind her seemed to be lost in thought as he left the painting as well. Still continuing? It said that the people from the Tower of Dawn will be here to seize the life armor from Sha River. A faint female voice also rang in his ear. It has nothing to do with us. The man shook his head slightly. He was Yu Hong, who had come all the way from another region searching. Finding a suitable entry point is very troublesome. If the chosen person is not outstanding enough, the initial investment can easily go to waste and aid the enemy instead. Therefore, choosing a good target is not easy. From the girl just now, it's evident that the people here have developed a deep fear of the Yinluo people. To find suitable candidates, we might need to use some tricks. Yu Hong said. What kind of tricks? Quan He asked.
No ruse.
Let's leave here first. Yu Hong said. The next possible target location is Wirong City. There's a newly emerged small resistance group there. We might try to make contact. Quan He said. All right. Yu Hong turned and slowly walked towards the door. Having found no suitable candidates here, the only gain was knowing that the people here were already demoralized by the Yinluo people. This somewhat disappointed him. After all, the Yinluo people had not been here for long. Yet they had easily caused such a troublesome situation. Yu Hong exited the exhibition hall, hailed a taxi, gave the destination, and then closed his eyes to rest. Screech! At that moment, a white delivery truck suddenly appeared from the front, abruptly slamming on the brakes. The friction between the wheels and the ground generated massive heat, causing white smoke to billow. The long, 10-meter truck tilted viciously forward with momentum, crashing into a dessert shop by the street side with a loud boom, and stopped moving. But while the truck stopped, more than 10 people, all wearing black metal masks, rushed out from the surrounding streets, armed with guns, charging towards the truck. Is this the Tower of Dawn making a move? Yu Hong immediately realized. He was somewhat curious about this resistance group and simply stopped to watch the unfolding attack from the roadside. Over 10 masked men rushed to the truck, quickly dragging down 3 crates, laboriously loading them onto their getaway van, attempting to speed away. But by then, police cars and the exclusive flying crafts of the Inluo people had already appeared in the perimeter. Simultaneously, hundreds of armed soldiers, led by 3 plainclothes figures, were closing in. Yen Wei's hand turned into a silver cover as she coldly and disdainfully watched the masked gunman. She was the chief expert of this alert mission and the main commander. "Has the automated security team arrived?" she asked in a low voice. "They've been here for a long time, but it seems the Inluo lords don't trust our handling ability," Miaozi replied. "Wei, you need to show them your capability." "Watch me then." Yen Wei raised her hand, and suddenly a large number of silver metal pieces erupted from the ground behind her. The dense metal fragments, each only the size and thickness of a fingernail. The masses of metal pieces converged, and with a gesture of Yen Wei's hand, they turned into a torrent, rushing towards that direction in an instant. The rumbling vibrations made the entire street tremble continuously. In that direction, all the masked soldiers of the Tower of Dawn were instantly shredded into countless pieces of flesh and blood under the onslaught of the metal torrent. Chapter 584. Yen Wei's expression remained unchanged as she bent down and sprinted, reaching the next alley where the masked military was hiding in just a few moves. The metal torrent surged in again. Before long, the masked military's van was smashed to pieces, its top lifted. But, eerily, the crates that had just been transferred had disappeared. Yen Wei didn't have time to think. She knew something was wrong and quickly began searching the alleys one by one along the street. The masked military had deliberately scattered to confuse them, fleeing in all directions. There were even 5 identical vans. Yen Wei sent 2 subordinates to chase the vans while she stayed behind to clean up the remnants of the pursuit. Swish! Using the life armor components that enhanced her physical abilities by more than 10 times, she leaped lightly, appearing at the entrance of an alley. In the alley, 2 masked soldiers, seeing the situation turning against them, roared and aimed their guns at her. Bang! 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 Dense gunfire filled the alley, but the next moment, the metal torrent roared in, tearing the 2 of them apart like ballooning meat paste, scattering pieces everywhere. With a cold expression, Yen Wei continued to the next alley. Another masked soldier thought he could survive by hiding in a trash can and using a jammer, but the metal torrent flew in directly, indiscriminately shredding everything. In the 3rd alley, just as Yen Wei was about to act, a flash of light appeared behind her, revealing a figure clad in purple-black armor. "Yen Wei, greetings, Lord Safra." She hurriedly turned and saluted. "No need for formalities, act quickly." Safra, with his hands hanging down, raised a hand, and an even larger, more sturdy metal torrent rose behind him and then surged forward. Boom! Everything in the alley was instantly pulverized. The 2 of them flashed again, arriving at a new alley. With the continuous scour of the metal torrent, the number of masked soldiers rapidly decreased. Until the last one was shredded and destroyed, Safra's blue eyes scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of the boxes containing armor, their positioning devices destroyed. He brought his men back to the front of the exhibition hall. The captains of the other 2 teams also returned, each with an ugly expression. "Is the armor still there?" Safra held onto a last sliver of hope. "This." The 2 bowed their heads, unable to answer. "Useless," Safra roared angrily. With his anger, the ordinary people around the exhibition hall, including soldiers and police officers, all knelt on one knee, not daring to look up. But as they knelt, they inadvertently exposed a few passers-by who hadn't reacted in time. Two were half-grown children looking around for their lost parents. One was a robust young man. Their failure to kneel immediately made them conspicuous. Looking for death, Saphir's fury erupted as he raised his hand, and a large mass of metal fragments flew into the air, tracing an arc like lightning, and pounced on the three. Clang! At that moment, a much smaller metal torrent rushed out from the side, just in time to knock Saphir's torrent askew and send it shooting skyward. Yen Wei, what are you doing? Saphir roared in fury, turning to glare at Yen Wei. Lord, they are merely innocent passers-by. Please, Lord, only capture the principal offenders. Randomly implicating innocence is not justice. Yen Wei gritted her teeth and bowed her head. Swish! Saphir said nothing, manipulating the metal torrent to rush into the sky and then swiftly back down at the three on the ground. The enormous, sky-covering metal torrent terrified the three below into standing still, petrified. Lord! Yen Wei once again knocked Saphir's torrent off course from the side, urgently reminding him. Yen Wei, this powerful weapon was specially bestowed upon you by His Highness to protect our Yinluo interests. Not for you to turn it against us, Saphir shouted. I know my mistake. Yen Wei quickly apologized. But still, I believe handling the case should not harm innocents. You! Saphir pointed at Yen Wei, his blue eyes flashing intensely. Mere inferior human clan. His finger trembled, with thin streams of metal converging at its tip, ready to shoot out and pierce Yen Wei's forehead in his anger. Do you understand the consequences of the Sha River theft? Saphir finally restrained himself, realizing these three had been specifically chosen by His Highness as examples for this planet's human clan to submit. He wasn't qualified to deal with them directly. Yen Wei said nothing more, keeping her head bowed and remaining still. After a moment's standoff, Saphir angrily turned and vanished in a flash. I will report the whole story to His Highness. Await the judgment of the law. Yen Wei sighed, straightening up as a line of blood slowly dripped from her hair. She touched the blood, pulling out a tissue to press against the scalp wound. Without glancing back at the alley, she slowly walked toward the exhibition hall. In the alley behind her, Yu Hong narrowed his eyes, watching her back. I thought I was exposed just now. You reacted too slowly. Everyone else had already knelt. Why didn't you? Quan He laughed through the transmission. Why should I kneel? I'm just wary of whether the power behind the Yinluo people exists in a higher dimension. But for the current level of this planet, if I'm exposed, at worst, I'll just kill all the Yinluo people and run. Yu Hong said nonchalantly. Better not to. Based on the clues we have so far, I'm increasingly inclined to believe there is a hidden faction of source disaster surrenderers here. This Yinluo might be backed by an even bigger problem. Quan He reminded. I know. Besides, if I really did that, it would bring catastrophe to the people here. So, the best method is to keep the situation in a state where they think they can control it, but it's somewhat stalemated and can't be completely resolved quickly. Yu Hong said. You're right. By the way, did you fancy that girl just now? Quan He asked curiously. A bit. She's forcing herself to do what she thinks is right, but it's not something she wants and is willing to do. This inner conflict torments her every moment. For someone who has endured such agony for a long time, once she clarifies her mind and determines her goal, the mental force she erupts will be extraordinarily powerful, almost unbeatable.
Yuong nodded.
But it's not the right time yet. Only when the timing is right.
Yuong smiled.
Swish. In the next second, he disappeared from the spot, leaving the two scared children beside seeing nothing, still staring at the alley entrance. Asterisk. 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 Outside the city, in a desolate mountain among withered forests, Yu Hong extended his hand and took out a set of dark yellow close-fitting armor from the storage bag. Rather than calling it armor, it's more like a set of high-intensity tight-fitting clothes. Contains a strong vitality. It's indeed very suitable as a consumable for our cultivation. Yu Hong examined the life armor. Yes, the life armor that the Tower of Dawn painstakingly fought for ultimately ended up in his hands. You try to absorb it first and see how much we need for our cultivation. Quan He reminded. Okay.
Yuong nodded.
He didn't hesitate, directly operating the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, swallowing the vitality of the armor in his hand. The eerie thing was, as it was being absorbed, the armor really let out animal-like screams, as if it were alive. But it was futile. The immense vitality within it gushed out rapidly, flowing quickly into Yu Hong's body. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, half an hour. Amazing! Yu Hong stopped. Wait! He stared gravely at the armor. The vitality inside isn't much. It's using a special technology, turning pure matter into energy, then using that energy to nurture immense vitality for itself. He shook the life armor, its surface losing much of its luster. This set alone is enough for me to cultivate for 5 days, and this is just a low-grade life armor. The key is, if we master their method of using energy to rapidly generate vitality, we can produce vitality ourselves. No need for external objects. That would be great. You bring it back first, let me study it. Quan He, aside from other things, had strong research abilities, though her cultivation talent overshadowed this aspect. Now that Yu Hong took the lead in cultivation, she wanted to find ways to help him. After some secret contemplation, she decided to position herself as a researcher. Okay. Yu Hong nodded slightly and disappeared again, not through instantaneous movement, but simply moving quickly. The theft of the life armor caused quite a stir in the Linglong Empire. Numerous police and soldiers were deployed, searching everywhere for people from the Tower of Dawn. The Tower of Dawn was furious because they didn't even get the life armor. At this moment, Yan Wei was suspended from duty due to negligence and was meditating at home. 7 days later, the thin rain drizzled outside the window. Yan Wei held a cup of hot tea, standing quietly by the window, gazing at the blurred view outside. Do you regret it? Came the voice of her friend, Zhao Yingfei, from behind. Regret what? Since I made the choice, there's no room for regret. Yan Wei said calmly. It's also good to stop now, otherwise if I kept going, I might cause bigger trouble. Even now, people are accusing me of treason every day. Honestly, does it matter who manages? Under the Yinluo's administration, everyone is fine. Why insist on forming a resistance organization? Zhao Yingfei sighed. Yan Wei said nothing. To be honest, Wei Wei, you should be more careful. Don't clash with your superiors for unrelated people. It's too dangerous. Her friend advised softly. I know. Don't worry. Yan Wei sighed. By the way, did your family secure that armor parts production cooperation? Hardly, not yet. The Yinluo demand at least 70% of the profit before they will teach our engineers the basic skills, and that just covers the basic skills regarding limbs. Her friend said helplessly. Yan Wei thought for a moment, just about to speak. Swoosh! Suddenly, 2 blue lights flashed behind her abruptly. 2 Yinluo in black armor, carrying long spears, stepped out. Yan Wei, you're suspected of colluding with the Tower of Dawn to seize life armor. Come with us. The 2 said, grabbing her arms. Wait, you must be mistaken. Yan Wei was stunned, not knowing what was happening. Chapter 585. Within the black spirit. Yu Hong looked at the disassembled pieces of Quan He's life armor. How is it? Found the key. Yes, this armor's energy system is very advanced. It's the most cost-effective type I've seen across many systems. It can decompose a special metal mineral, convert the released energy to nourish a peculiar, rapidly multiplying microorganism. This microorganism then merges into the human body, enhancing it for a significant power boost. Quan He explained briefly. Theoretically, the energy of this life suit is sufficient for its full power use for hundreds of years. That's the power of this energy core. Very good. Now the problem is, how do we get enough of this stuff?
Yuong pondé.
Rob, suggested Quan He. A little is fine, too much will definitely be noticed. We need a way to cover it up, but all this will have to wait until I've tested it out. Yu Hong walked to the window, watching the muddy rainwater flow down the street below. We can't spend too much time here, so? Yu Hong had a thought, and instantly, rows of Kai Jing Taoists appeared out of thin air in the safe house. With another thought, all the Kai Jing Taoists quickly donned a set of grayish cloaks and covered their faces. This was a disguise formed from mana, combined with the spells of the Qingwei heart technique, almost indistinguishable from the real thing. Whoosh! The door opened, and over a dozen Kai Jing Taoists flew out, disappearing beyond the door. What are you? Quan He was somewhat confused. Just saying hello, laying the groundwork. Yu Hong smiled. After speaking, he turned and returned to the cultivation room to continue his practice. Quan He seemed to understand something, looking at the peaceful scene outside the window. She too moved her fingers slightly, producing a spell. After more than 10 minutes, she also smiled, turned, and returned to her room to continue her cultivation. Time passed slowly, and 2 weeks went by in the blink of an eye. A mysterious new organization named the Moon Palace began to appear worldwide. This organization was not as hidden as the Tower of Dawn, gaining fame because its members were fearless of death. They followed each other into battle, achieving their organization's goals even if they perished in the process. In 2 consecutive attempts to seize life armor, the Moon Palace was almost completely annihilated, but they also inflicted significant damage on the Yinluo people. The battlegrounds of both sides invariably ended with a massive explosion. This was the distinctive feature of Moon Palace's operations, fighting to the last and attempting to perish together with the Yinluo people. This fearless and courageous fighting style was key to their rapid rise in notoriety. 1 month later, the Yinluo United Government, in collaboration with the 3 governments of Flamestar, issued a joint statement announcing the highest level of search for the Moon Palace. Informants could receive rewards ranging from a minimum of 1 million to a maximum of 50 million spiritual luminous coins. For a while, people were on edge. Many began to closely observe and search everywhere, while some secretly offered cover for the Moon Palace. Some even posed as Moon Palace members, attempting to muddy the waters and disrupt the Yinluo people's pursuit. The entire Flamestar once again fell into chaos due to the emergence of the Moon Palace. Asterisk, 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 click. In a dark cell, Yen Wei sat cross-legged on an iron chair, hands shackled. The only light source in the cell was a 2-meter-high circular bulletproof glass window, casting dim white light that formed a cross on the wall opposite Yen Wei. Click. Another crisp sound echoed. The cell door slowly opened. Yen Wei, have you thought it through? Despite His Highness's protection, the theft of the life armor did happen on your watch. You cannot evade responsibility. Outside the door stood a Yinluo person clad in white armor, eyes glowing a faint green light. With a curvaceous chest and slender figure, it was evident this Yinluo person was female. I truly have not secretly communicated with any resistance organization. How can I confess to something I didn't do? Yen Wei spoke softly, wearing a black and white striped prison uniform. Her cold and beautiful face appeared even paler from the long absence of light. Regardless of whether you confess or not, if you want to get out, you must first atone for your previous dereliction of duty. The white-armored Yinluo person said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Yen Wei squinted her eyes, sensing the implied meaning. You need to prove that you have no connection with the resistance organization. So, there's a special investigation task for you to handle, the other party quickly replied. Speak. We have cornered the latest hiding place of the resistance organization Moon Palace in a small town, but the residents refuse to admit they've harbored Moon Palace members. You will conduct the investigation. I will assist you, said the white-armored Yinluo person. All right, I'll do it. Yen Wei had long wanted to escape her confinement. Though she wasn't clear about this Moon Palace's origin, she knew how to atone and earn merit. This must be an opportunity His Highness arranged for her to redeem herself. That's her belief. But 20 minutes later, as Yen Wei arrived at the so-called Moon Palace hideout in the small town, she fell silent. The entire town had only a dozen houses, clearly visible at a glance. Whether the Moon Palace members were hiding inside could be easily discovered with a slight investigation. The surrounding area was a desolate hilly forestland, already surrounded by soldiers dispatched by both the Inluo people and the United Government. In such a place, it's impossible to have any hiding spots. Wouldn't it be better to start with the residents themselves? Yan Wei suggested. Too slow. The white Inluo person shook his head slightly. Now the Moon Palace Tower of Dawn is experiencing unrest everywhere, posing a great challenge to societal order stability. His Highness means that it must be handled quickly. What do you mean? Yan Wei sensed something was wrong. I can tell you clearly that at least more than half of the residents here have inseparable ties with the Moon Palace. What are you planning to do? The white Inluo person asked calmly. More than half. Yan Wei squinted. How was this found out? Didn't you say there was not enough time? You don't need to know how it was investigated. Now, I'm telling you this is the fact. What are you going to do about it? The Inluo person repeated. Yan Wei fell silent. It seemed she had guessed the method His Highness had used to clear her of suspicion. But this method, as one of the key figures in His Highness's grand fusion plan, she guessed that His Highness would preserve her at any cost. However, she could not have foreseen that the way to preserve her would be like this. Yan Wei, in the face of national interests, the Moon Palace and the Tower of Dawn are both serious disruptors of Inluo and Flamestar people's friendship. What is there to hesitate about? Urged the white Inluo person. Yan Wei remained silent, standing on the hillside outside the town, speechless and growing paler by the minute. Think about it carefully. His Highness has high hopes for you? The white Inluo person said in a disappointed tone as he turned and left the scene, leaving only Yan Wei and the armed soldiers responsible for sealing off the surrounding area. Yan Wei stood still, quietly waiting for a while. Then she suddenly walked towards the town. She wanted to see for herself, to see if the residents here were truly as the investigation claimed, in collusion with the Moon Palace. Down the hill, across the stone bridge, and onto the town streets. 3 kids in crotchless pants were kicking a ball by the roadside. 2 old men were playing chess on an old tree stump facing each other. A rooster from some unknown household was still crowing away. Yan Wei changed into a deep purple tight military uniform, her right hand covered with her own armor pieces. She walked step by step into the town with her long military boots stepping on the gravelly ground. Because of the lockdown, there were few people on the streets, and the place was desolate. Occasionally, adults would see her and, noticing the military insignia she wore, would naturally show expressions of wariness and disgust. What a coincidence, to meet you here again. Suddenly, a low male voice sounded behind Yan Wei. She froze, turned around, and saw a somewhat familiar face. It's you, she suddenly realized, recalling the man's identity. It was this man and 2 other children who had almost caused her to clash with Shangguan Safra. Because of that, she had been subjected to a long period of imprisonment and investigation, so she remembered this man's face very clearly. Such a coincidence. The man in front of her was strong, dressed in a simple black t-shirt and gray trousers, standing in the breeze with his hair gently swaying. Officer, you look like you're in a bad mood, the man said softly. Did something troubling happen? Is my mood that obvious? Yan Wei asked in a deep voice. Yes, it's very obvious, the man replied. All right, I am just a bit sad. Yan Wei paused, turning her head to look at the peaceful and tranquil small town. A feeling of depression and suffocation suddenly filled her heart. Why are you sad? The man asked. Because I see people who know something is destined to fail and will come at a great cost, yet, why do they still go for it? Yan Wei lowered her head, her hands unconsciously clenching tighter and tighter. Because sometimes, there are things more important than the cost, the man said lightly. But clearly, just by taking a detour, they could achieve more possibilities, survive quietly, and avoid all dangers. At this point, Yan Wei had already more or less guessed the man's identity. Because many things couldn't be mere coincidences. So what? Taking a detour means telling everyone else that there's no hope, that this is it. If everyone believes there's no hope, there might really never be hope, the man said softly. Yan Wei gritted her teeth and remained silent. After more than a minute, she took a step forward. Are you a member of the Moon Palace? Yes. The man nodded straightforwardly. Why are you doing this? You know you can't resist. You know you'll implicate the ordinary people here. Yan Wei's pale face gradually turned red with anger. It was her fury igniting. We just didn't expect the Yinluo people's technology to find this place so quickly. The man answered calmly. He looked seriously at Yan Wei. You actually don't want to work for the Yinluo people, do you? Yan Wei extended her hand, with tiny silver metal fragments appearing at her fingertips, converging. You people. Her voice became faintly hoarse. The Yinluo people are not invincible. They can fail, they can die. Fear and terror have blinded you. The man continued. Chapter 586. Shut up. You don't understand anything. Know nothing. You worthless pieces of trash. All you do is harm people. You get innocent people killed and then just leave. Yan Wei erupted with rage. She remembered why her parents died. It was because during the pursuit of the resistance by the Yinluo, internal conflict arose, and the aftermath of their confrontation destroyed a residential area. Later, she chose to forgive the Yinluo, which briefly gained her much fame. But now, it's all your fault. Everything is your fault. All of it. All of it. Aya. With red eyes, Yan Wei fully activated her life armor, gathering into a silver torrent, fiercely charging at the man before her. Boom!
A loud explosion.
Everything blurred before Yan Wei's eyes. Suddenly, she realized that the human man who was a member of the Moon Palace a moment ago had turned into a terrified Yinluo wearing white armor. This was the guide who had released her from prison. Yan Wei, are you insane? What the hell are you doing? Stop immediately! The other party roared furiously, also commanding a silver metal torrent to block the attack. She had just been explaining the specific precautions to Yan Wei, conveying the prince's deep trust in her. Unexpectedly, the next second, Yan Wei suddenly attacked, bursting out with intense spiritual power, using the life armor to ferociously strike. Unprepared, she only managed to block a small portion of the damage, the rest of the impact completely hitting her chest. She spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, severely injured. What's going on? What is this? Yan Wei realized something was wrong, instantly stopping her attack, standing dazed on the spot, looking at the exasperated white Yinluo. For a moment, a deep-seated and immense fear surged from an unknown place, pulling her into suffocating waters. Her heart sank rapidly, sinking. Capture her. Attacking a superior officer. Recklessly attacking a military official. Yan Wei, you're dead. The other screams seemed to float from afar. Yan Wei went numb, completely giving up resistance, standing dumbfounded in place, letting the surrounding soldiers charge up and press her down hard. Look, this is your true self. The man's voice sounded again in her ear. Bang bang. Yan Wei's head was struck twice. Her consciousness gradually blurred. In a blur, she saw, behind the white Yinluo, a tall, strong figure standing there, silently watching her. That figure was the man who had just been talking to her. You've been running from it for too long. So much so that your inner self has condensed into a me that desperately wants to resist. The man's voice sounded clearly in her heart. You've placed everything on me, all the guilt on me. Subconsciously, you think women are less aggressive than men, so you've projected my image as a strong male. You want to resist like the rebels and seek revenge for your family. But you don't want to destroy everything around you now. So you made me a member of the so-called resistance force. The man's voice, like a sharp spike, pierced deeply into Yan Wei's heart. But you forgot I am still you. Everything I do is merely a fantasy when you imagine it, but when you can't distinguish fantasy from reality. The man laughed. What I do is what you do. Bang! Vaguely, Yan Wei heard a larger explosion beside her. It seemed that someone was screaming. Someone was scared, howling in anger. She lost control of her body, only faintly smelling the scent of blood in her nostrils. Outside the small town, Yu Hong stood on a thick ancient tree, gazing at the massacre happening in the town. Yen Wei, with her eyes closed, was controlling the components of her life armor, recklessly slaughtering the approaching armed soldiers and a few Yinluo. The life armor components she possesses seem quite powerful.
Yu Hong mused.
Indeed, it appears to have been taken from a set of high-grade armor and modified. Quan He confirmed via transmission. I've got some leads on the armor core's conversion system, but many materials are insufficient for experimentation. If you can get more than 10 sets of life armor, I should be able to disassemble and restore it within a year. Are you talking about the vitality conversion system or energy? Vitality conversion. We have sufficient substitutes for energy. The core issue is still vitality, Quan He replied. 10 sets, huh? Got it. Yu Hong nodded. How do you plan to deal with this Yen Wei? Quan He asked again. When she figures out her true will, it will be the beginning of her being given enough power.
Yu Hong smiled.
At that time, if she can stabilize here, we can also use this place as a base to supplement vitality. Though I don't know how you did it, this child is already very pitiful, don't go too far. Quan He sighed. After investigating Yen Wei's background, she also sighed. I did nothing, just a little guidance for her to see her true self. Yu Hong replied with a smile. At this moment below, Yen Wei had already started fighting with the surrounding military. Her movements were extremely fast. Her figure flashed, piercing through dozens of bodies. Any attack evasion couldn't delay her slaughter. /P. Blood and corpses were strewn around. Half a minute later, when the last escaping armed soldier fell before Yen Wei, she trembled. Looking at her right hand, the intense fear of the future, combined with the massive pleasure surging inexplicably in her heart, made her flush all over, a faint pink appearing on her pale face. I must be crazy, she smiled, kneeling on the ground with a thud, grasping her trembling right hand. But it feels like I'm going to die. The pleasure slowly subsided, replaced by tremendous fear that the Yinluo people would soon discover and start hunting her. So we should leave. The man's voice came again from behind her. Who the hell are you? Yen Wei wasn't a fool. There was no way she could believe the absurd claim that he was herself. I am who you wish to become. Yu Hong replied with a smile. You can call me mentor. Bang! Before Yen Wei could react, her mind went blank, and she fell into a daze once more. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In the safe house, Yu Hong and Quan He watched Yen Wei lying on the bed in the hall. Her wounds are all healed. Surprisingly, the Yinluo's life armor didn't seal her, which took me by surprise, Quan He said softly. It's best not to leave too many of our traces on her, to avoid being discovered by the Yinluo people, Yu Hong reminded. Rest assured, I just left a simple mark, to help us find her as quickly as possible. But her power is still too weak. How do you plan to strengthen her? Otherwise, she might get killed by the Yinluo people too quickly, Quan He asked curiously. I'll give her something. If she can survive it, then with this armor piece, we'll see how much she can grow. Yu Hong reached out, a small black metal box inexplicably appearing in his palm. Click. The box opened to reveal an outer eye he had previously used. He planned to see if his restorative power could forcibly transplant the outer eye into someone else. Essentially, his outer eyes were meant for his use only due to the exclusivity of the black mark. But the workaround was simple. First, use Chaotic God Sky Eye skill to make Yen Wei a puppet, then transplant the eye, and finally release her from being a puppet. Then use his healing ability to help her through the adaptation period. An hour later, a blood-stained white cloth covered Yen Wei's face, and Yu Hong withdrew his hand. It went smoothly. Her willpower was indeed as strong as I anticipated, and she easily overcame the rejection reaction. Should we send her out now? Quan He asked. Yes, I have controlled some people with cultivation techniques, specifically to cooperate with her to form the Moon Palace. If everything goes well, she should be able to make the Yinluo suffer a bit. When they can't withstand it, they will surely seek help from the forces behind them, Yu Hong said. Then we will see what stands behind the Yinluo, Quan He nodded. She paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, what if there is nothing behind them? Then we consume them, Yu Hong replied. Would you let a roast duck on the table go free into the forest? Quan He hesitated slightly. She watched Yu Hong step forward and touch Yen Wei's brow with a finger. Then Yen Wei got out of bed herself, still wearing the tight military uniform she had worn during the massacre. The two of them walked out of the safe house, one after another, and with a flash of mana, they disappeared together. Soon after, Yu Hong entered alone. Everything is set up. Now we wait to see how far Yen Wei can go. His face showed a hint of anticipation. That girl, repressed for so long, once triggered, having mastered enough power to act unscrupulously. It's going to be troublesome. Quan He thought briefly and realized the complications. Yen Wei had long harbored immense hatred toward the Yinluo people, and once that anger and hatred, repressed yet so present on the surface, was unleashed, I gave her a little external force to prevent her from being ambushed when things go too smoothly. It shouldn't be a big problem, Yu Hong explained, misunderstanding Quan He's concern, and give her some guidance at critical moments. As long as you know what you're doing, Quan He said, speechless. The two returned to their cultivation, while Yen Wei, now modified, slowly woke up in an abandoned mountain building and began her journey of escape. Just as Yu Hong had said, he no longer concerned himself with Yen Wei's matters, only periodically releasing batches of his summons to act as members of the Moon Palace, continually assassinating Yinluo people and seizing life armor. Over time, Yen Wei surprisingly established her own team, also calling it the Moon Palace, which quietly grew. The situation on Flamestar grew more chaotic with the Moon Palace's involvement, and the Yinluo people began deploying stronger armor-bearers to the planet to investigate the matter. 3 months passed in a blink. Just as the situation on Flamestar began to shift, Yu Hong's integration of the innate body and withered body was nearing completion. Both traits enhanced cultivation speed, and Yu Hong had long looked forward to seeing what kind of cultivation trait they could fuse into. Chapter 587. Inside the safe house, Quan He was lounging in the first-floor lobby, sipping fruit juice and watching TV. The variety shows on Flamestar had become her new way to pass the time. As for cultivation, she was no longer under Yu Hong's influence. She trained for 12 hours daily, allocating the rest of her time as she pleased, eating and drinking without restraint. Although she had also experienced the source disaster, she could not be as singularly focused as Yu Hong, who forsook all entertainment solely to improve his cultivation and strength. Boom! Just as she picked up her phone to order takeout, a sudden, dull tremor echoed from Yu Hong's cultivation chamber downstairs. Quan He felt a jolt in her heart and furrowed her brows. She had a vague sense of foreboding. What's going on? The black spirit should guarantee absolute safety, so why this feeling? Where is it coming from? She stood up, closed her eyes, and carefully sensed any changes within her body. At the same moment, drastic changes were occurring in Yu Hong's cultivation chamber unlike anything before. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the chamber were all flowing with a layer of strange, multicolored fluorescence. Within this fluorescence, countless human eyes with black pupils on white backgrounds could faintly be seen, densely packed and moving fluidly like schools of fish. Yu Hong sat cross-legged in the chamber's center, his face calm and his eyes covered with a black cloth. He had never anticipated that merging the innate body with the withered body would invoke such large-scale changes. At this moment, all his divine sense was focused on his mind, intently observing the newly fused trait. It was an enormous golden sphere of light, within which countless black pupil eyes could be faintly seen, continuously blinking. Fusion complete. Successfully obtained new trait. Ancient God Body. Ancient God Body. The ancient gods existed before the emergence of intelligent beings. They are special entities that the universe naturally endowed with certain dominions. They are eternally lasting, as old as heaven itself, and the most revered among natural-born beings. They are unaffected by faith. Due to the ancient god body, you have gained 200% increased resistance to all energy. Time-space resistance increased by 100%. Due to the ancient god body, you have acquired primal pollution, where the area you inhabit will gradually experience material solidification over time. Due to the ancient god body, you have obtained primal control, passively increasing your cultivation speed to 50 times that of your original form, and enhancing your strength, speed, and recovery by 100 times. You have gained the Eternal Dominion. Decay? You can accelerate or decelerate, even completely stop decay. Your body density has been greatly increased. Please note that your body density has reached the space-bearing threshold. You may choose to enlarge your body to disperse the density or enter an isolated space to avoid space-time collapse. Space-time collapse is imminent. The series of notifications from the black mark left Yu Hong momentarily stunned. Before he could react, anomalies began appearing in the surrounding space, and layers of multicolored fluorescence lit up the chamber. He knew he had to make a choice. After a brief pause, he immediately released the magic that constrained his body. In an instant, his body rapidly expanded, growing from 2 meters to 6 meters in seconds. The colorful glow in the surrounding room began to dissipate slowly. Phew! He exhaled deeply and raised his hand to examine his palm. His originally slightly pale skin now had a jade-like luminescence. It was smooth and unmarked, like porcelain, devoid of any skin texture. My body feels immensely stronger, but I can't quantify it at the moment. I'll have to test it later. Then there's the Dominion of Decay. Previously, the withered body had the power to induce decay in its vicinity, but now this had directly upgraded to a dominion. Immediately, Yu Hong spread his divine sense, directing it to a potted green plant set on the chamber floor. This was a small gift Quan he had brought back after a stroll. Accelerate decay.
Yuong willed.
In an instant, the plant began to wither visibly, turning black, wilting, and drooping. Its leaves and stems started to sprout tiny mildew spots, then melted like ice, turning into a thick, dark green liquid that soaked into the black soil below. No energy consumption at all. This is quite powerful. Yu Hong then targeted a wooden chair. The chair quickly turned yellow and black, its surface cracking and breaking apart. It soon deformed, softened, and finally disintegrated with a snap. This dominion is incredible, but I wonder if it works on high-energy level objects. Pondering for a moment, Yu Hong took an outer eye from his storage bag. Under the dominion of decay, the outer eye swiftly blackened, softened, cracked, and oozed thick liquid, eventually shriveling into ashes and disappearing. Yu Hong contemplated for a moment, then turned to the Black Phoenix Jade, a magic treasure gifted by his teacher. Holding this jade pendant, he activated the Dominion of Decay. Soon, the pendant's luster visibly dimmed, losing its shine. He sensed that the array within the pendant had already incurred slight damage and aging. It even affects immortal-level magic treasures. Yu Hong's heart trembled. He immediately initiated decay reversal. Soon, the Black Phoenix Jade quickly regained its fluorescence, looking brand new without any energy consumption. This ability might prove unexpectedly useful. Yu Hong's thoughts stirred, and he tried directing the Dominion towards the wall. The walls not only had the highest level of reinforcement from the safe house itself, but also the protective golden immortal array, boasting extraordinary defensive power. Crack, crack. Then, unexpectedly for Yu Hong, even the golden immortal array on the wall showed signs of decay and yellowing. Frightened, Yu Hong quickly reversed the decay, restoring the wall to its original state. After testing those, he began testing the cultivation speed. As soon as he entered into meditation, the surrounding space instantly darkened. Then, countless purple light points, like grains of sand, swarmed in from all directions, rapidly pouring into Yu Hong's body. This is heavenly vitality. Yu Hong recalled the difference between the 3 types of vitality mentioned in the cultivation technique. Seeing the countless purple lights, he immediately recognized their origin. As the massive amount of heavenly vitality crazily poured in, his Qingyuan heavenly river Miao technique also began to rapidly improve. After a while, he stopped cultivating and exited meditation. At most 1 month, and I can break through to the middle stage. This divinity transformation mainly involves absorbing vitality to transform into divine sense, allowing the divine sense to grow to its peak. In just that short moment, Yu Hong felt his divine sense surge enormously under the nourishment of heavenly vitality. Usually elusive and extremely rare, heavenly vitality now poured into his body freely. It seems that constantly strengthening the black mark is also a powerful path. If so, why should I laboriously cultivate the immortal Tao? Directly strengthening the black mark continuously would be much easier. Yu Hong was deeply doubtful at this moment, but he quickly came to his senses. Still not right, immortal cultivation can quickly increase my energy level, which in turn provides energy for strengthening the black mark. If the black mark also needs to strengthen the cultivation technique, it would be a huge waste. Soon, he redefined his approach. Immortal cultivation focuses on enhancing energy level as the core, while black mark strengthening serves as a supplementary protective measure. Next, which one should I merge? He pondered for a moment and decided to merge Cloud Hand and Piercing Eye. Let's try and see, maybe it can merge into an offensive trait. The two light orbs quickly fused together, and a countdown appeared. January 11th, 8:42 a.m. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Time passed in an instant. On Flame Star, the activities of the Moon Palace became increasingly evident and aggressive. Under Yen Wei's leadership, the Moon Palace launched multiple terror attacks on the Yinluo people, causing significant casualties. Simultaneously, with the covert support of Yu Hong's summoned holy creatures, military lockdowns appeared worldwide. Yinluo people were constantly being assassinated. In response, Yinluo's prince baddies dispatched a powerful team called the Conquerors to Flame Star, launching a comprehensive assault on the Moon Palace. This team's weakest member was an elite in high-level life armor. Compared to Yen Wei, who only had a single high-level component, the disparity was enormous. Yu Hong initially thought Yen Wei wouldn't withstand the assaults, but to his surprise, she managed to dodge the Conqueror's pursuits, using her external eye ability and armor components. 5 days after the last confrontation between the Conquerors and the Moon Palace, Yu Hong's new trait completed its strengthening, and he broke through in cultivation, entering the divinity transformation middle stage. Boom! Streaks of purple thunder spears descended from the sky, striking Yu Hong's forehead violently. He remained motionless, sitting cross-legged in the cosmic void. Not far away, Quan He watched the scene in bewilderment. Just a couple of days ago, she had been delighted with her slight advancement in cultivation, expecting to reach the Golden Core late stage in 2 more years. Then, she heard Yu Hong saying he was going out to undergo tribulation again? What tribulation? Hadn't he just broken through to divinity transformation? Why is he undergoing tribulation again? Quan He watched Yu Hong continuously struck by tribulation lightning. Even if she tried to ignore it, the commotion was too significant to overlook. Moreover, why has he grown so big? Quan He glanced at the now 6-meter-tall Yu Hong, sensing something was off. Shortly after, Yu Hong calmly passed the heavenly tribulation and flew back to the safe house. The Moon Palace and the Yinluo people have become entangled, just as we anticipated, he said, barely acknowledging the tribulation. Should we then hide on Flame Star and focus on cultivating until we can no longer improve before leaving? Quan He proposed. We can, but I've had a bad feeling recently, Yu Hong frowned. I plan to return to the floating city. Will you come with me? Yes, Quan He agreed. She had also felt the same unease during Yu Hong's cultivation, without finding a reason. No time to lose, they activated the Black Spirit and swiftly moved through the wind disaster toward the floating city. They hadn't stabilized the safe house when they noticed something amiss. In the cosmic space, the absolute balance floating city was silent. The previously abundant black disaster monsters had vanished, and the defensive light screen and force field around the city had also disappeared. What? happened here. Yu Hong looked around, quickly forming a spell, then waited quietly. Ku Chan and the others are still there. The black tide must have retreated, he sighed in relief. Chapter 588. But isn't the black tide relentless? How could it possibly recede? Quan He asked incredulously. Yu Hong's immense divine sense quickly spread out, scanning thousands of kilometers around, and indeed found no black disaster monsters. The red value in the space is unusual. It's very dense.
Yuong frônait deeply.
The red value is very dense, but there are no monsters, which means... Quan He's face also became serious. I remember Senior Sudan mentioning that the outermost areas of the source disaster are inhabited by those low-level monsters and the surrender faction. As you go inward, there are unconscious monsters. Now the monsters have disappeared, but the red value has increased instead of decreased. There's a high likelihood that the dangers from the subsequent stages are about to erupt, and even the surrender faction forces didn't dare to stay and quickly left. Can this be confirmed? Quan He asked. It's impossible to have evidence for this kind of thing, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's make preparations first.
Yuong repliait.
The two exchanged a glance and immediately activated the black spirit, quickly flying towards the floating city. Driven by Yu Hong's powerful mana, the safe house approached the floating city at a much faster speed than before. Quickly, the AUS Academy's ship also took the initiative to come out and greet them. The two sides docked in mid-air without entering the floating city further. Brother Yu, why are you here? Ku Chan came forward joyfully and gave Yu Hong a hug. Something's not right. You and Yi come with me for now. We'll avoid it for a bit and then talk. Yu Hong transmitted a message to him. What's going on? Ku Chan was a bit confused. Yu Hong quickly recounted his and Quan He's findings to him. It can't be happening so soon, right? Ku Chan frowned in disbelief. The floating city has existed for so many years, and we've only been here for a short time. How could something big happen just like that? It seems too much of a coincidence. Moreover, my teacher and classmates are still here, along with the council members. With the defensive formation, we withstood such a massive black disaster before. I think it should be fine, Ku Chan said softly. We're just speculating too, but better safe than sorry. Yi, come with me and avoid it for now. Yu Hong called to Yi behind Ku Chan. All right. Yi walked over without hesitation and stood behind Yu Hong. Brother Yu, are you serious? Ku Chan's expression became serious. I'll give you one spot. Bring your teacher along, Yu Hong said. Ku Chan fell silent for a moment. It's useless, my teacher has his family and important people. Besides, the black spirit might not have better defenses than the floating city. Then you come with me, Yu Hong said again.
Ku Chan hesitated.
He had been studying and living here for so long, forming bonds with his teacher and classmates. To suddenly abandon everything and leave was hard for him to accept. How long will we be gone? He suddenly asked. I don't know, we'll return when the red value returns to normal.
Yuong repliait.
Forget it, brother Yu. I'm not leaving. Ku Chan shook his head. Staying in the floating city is quite good. It has existed for so many years for a reason. Do you know that some council members have colluded with the Black Disaster Surrender faction? Yu Hong said bluntly. That's just a few. After Lucien, the council conducted a thorough investigation and found no further issues. Ku Chan shook his head. Besides, Lord Agrius has also returned to the council. The strength of the floating city has not declined. Are you sure you're not leaving? Yu Hong gave him a long look. He did not mention that Agrius was not long for this world.
I'm staying.
If I leave, I'll just be a burden to you, brother Yu. The places you'll go in the future are far beyond our reach. Instead of dragging you down, it's better not to follow from the start.
Ku Chan answered.
Yi, you should stay with me, he said, looking at Yi, who stood behind Yu Hong. But she ignored his arguments and stood firmly behind Yu Hong. Then Yu Hong went to find Xiao White Dragon and Elder Chi Xiao. Both of them were determined to stay with Ku Chan and go nowhere. This place has food, drinks, and fun. Only a fool would follow you to wander and suffer. Your method of avoidance has no quality of life. It's better to enjoy life for a while. Elder Qi Shao expressed his dissatisfaction with Yu Hong's method of avoidance. In the end, the black spirit left with only Yi. After leaving some mana as a marker, Yu Hong prepared to leave the floating city universe and return to the Flame Star. In the vast emptiness of space, Yu Hong listened to the sound of Yi making dumplings on the first floor, his divine sense looking at the floating city floating in the distance outside the window. The silver floating city had already restored its former splendor and bore no scars of war. The dense flow of ships moved in and out, like swimming fish rebuilding the bustling scene of the past. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? Suddenly, a familiar voice appeared next to Yu Hong's ear. His divine sense stirred, and the surroundings instantly transformed into a dark, boundless starry sky. In front of him, a massive black lizard as large as a planet stared quietly at him. Agrias, long time no see. Yu Hong looked up and said, "Long time no see, Yu." Golden arcs of electricity instinctively lit up on Agrias' body, a passive defensive activation of some sort. "You seem to have undergone some kind of remarkable change," said in a deep voice. "That's not important. What is important is that since you came to see me, there must be something very significant you want to say," Yu Hong said. "Yes, you guessed right," Agrias affirmed. "You must have noticed, right? This universe is filled with a high concentration of red values." "Yes. Do you know what's going on?" Yu Hong asked, frowning. "No, but the Heavenly Sun sect and the Elemental Emperor have already left very suddenly. Now, only a few black tide monsters remain at the fringes of the area. The rest have all left on their own," Agrias replied. "Is a larger black disaster coming?" Yu Hong asked, his expression growing even more serious. "Perhaps or perhaps not. No one can guess accurately. Despite all my years of travel, I still can't precisely judge the information," Agrias said calmly. "Then you came for?" Yu Hong wanted to ask more. "It's time to transfer the authority of the Vitality ship to you." Agrias spread its claws, and a dense, purple-black sphere of smoke rose from its palm. "I have only 1 month of life left. After that, the hope of finding the land of Vitality rests with you," Agrias said calmly. Yu Hong was a bit dazed by this sudden gift. "Take it." Agrias lightly tossed the sphere, which shot out and appeared in front of Yu Hong in the blink of an eye, then zoomed into his chest and disappeared. In an instant, every corner, every region of the black spirit was clearly reflected in his divine sense. A sense of close kinship, as if connected by blood, transmitted from the black spirit into Yu Hong's mind. "And this," Agrias condensed another colorful ball of light and gently tossed it, which quickly merged into Yu Hong's chest. "This is a map of source disaster distributions I have spent over 10,000 years collecting and drawing. It includes wind disaster, cold disaster, drought disaster, black disaster, flood disaster, light disaster, and heart disaster. Anywhere you want to go, if it's a place I have explored, will be marked on it." Yu Hong placed his hand on his chest, feeling a steady stream of information flowing into his mind. It was a very large and complex three-dimensional map in vibrant colors. The surface of a huge disc-shaped map was unevenly divided into 7 regions of source disasters. Different disasters were marked in different colors, with heart disaster appearing at the bottom of all the source disasters, faintly visible. At the very center of all the source disaster regions was a small, pebble-like gray area. Within the gray area, many tiny black particles were scattered. "Those black particles are our universes," Agrias explained. "Every now and then, the forces of the source disasters intersect and impact these universes. Some will be destroyed, some will shrink. Now, it's the Great Annihilation period. The universes won't regenerate, only annihilate until everything is reset to 0. "All right, that's all I have to say," Agrias sighed. "I know you cultivate the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique from Qinghe Mountain. I wasn't planning to do this, but now you seem to have changed. Something quite terrifying is sprouting within you." "Terrifying?"
Yuong Froned.
Yes, besides the source disasters, there are many other existences capable of destroying everything. They once existed but were destroyed by the source disasters, like the thing lurking within you, Agrias said. Indeed, I chose you and you chose me. That's our greatest fortune. Not waiting for Yu Hong to respond, its massive body suddenly moved like a snake, swiftly approaching Yu Hong, flying towards him. Come, use your cultivation technique to absorb me. My last vitality. Its body came closer and larger, until it completely occupied Yu Hong's vision. Boom! In that instant, Yu Hong instinctively activated the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique, and a white heavenly river appeared around him. A series of explosions erupted around him, and he felt immense pain all over his body, as an endless surge of vitality crazily flooded into him. Fortunately, the recently strengthened ancient god body played a huge role in withstanding the terrifying vitality pouring in a short period. Strands of purple-gold arcs began to appear and shine on his body, forcibly compressing the excessive vitality of Agrias into thin lines and storing it in his dantian. Goodbye, my final bequest, my hope of 10,000 years. Agrias cooperatively retracted its vitality. Its massive body began to crack rapidly, shedding large fragments. Wait! Yu Hong struggled, forcing himself to stay conscious. You! Don't be sad. This is my own choice, Agrias said calmly. No, not your treasure vault. Where is it? Yu Hong squeezed out a sentence with difficulty. Anyway, you're going to die, so I'll give you the treasure vault. With a cold hum, a sudden roar exploded. Yu Hong instantly lost consciousness. The vitality Agrias accumulated over countless years, even its remaining amount, was far more than Yu Hong could absorb or digest with his current ability, given its planet-sized body. Just like Bai Shang said before, even if both were in the golden core stage, can you compare the size of an egg to that of a planet? Although Agrias was only a 9th-level arcane master, his size meant he could not be compared to other council members of the same level. Compared to Lu Xian, the amount of vitality he held was far, far greater. Chapter 589. Yu Hong didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly woke up from unconsciousness. He opened his eyes and could vaguely see through the blindfold that he was still standing by the window. Behind him, Yi was still making dumplings, and Quan He was speaking softly. Agrias's actions seemed to involve time manipulation. Not much time has passed since just now. Yu Hong spread his divine sense and sensed his own body. Countless tiny black crystalline particles were evenly distributed in his meridians and blood vessels. There were also many surrounding the heavenly river outside his body. Each of these crystals contained a massive amount of Agrias's vitality aura. This gift is a bit heavy. Agrias. The permissions of Black Spirit's safe house were transferred, and in the end, he also left this large gift. If I successfully find the land of vitality, it wouldn't make sense not to resurrect you. Yu Hong still remembered that among his summoned creatures, there was a subbody of Agrias, which meant that as long as his strength was sufficient, he could completely use it as a marker to reverse and resurrect Agrias's entire body. It's too early to think about this now. Clearing his thoughts, Yu Hong turned around and headed towards the two people in the first-floor hall. The safe house also gradually disappeared in space, wrapped in countless colorful threads. A month later, Flame Star. The entanglement and covert struggles between the Moon Palace and the Yinluo people had temporarily reached a stalemate. Every once in a while, a group of Moon Palace officials would die, followed by the deaths of several Yinluo people, almost becoming a routine. The Yinluo people, initially furious and searching everywhere to no avail, gradually got used to it and started to ignore it, reluctantly maintaining the situation. All this was because the Moon Palace lost more people each time they were besieged, far more than the Yinluo people. Under such a casualty ratio, it seemed unsurprising that a few Yinluo people would die. What they could not have imagined was that most of the Moon Palace's deaths were Yu Hong's summoned fear shadows. As for the so-called Yinluo people's casualties, it was just a regular cycle of harvesting vitality by Yu Hong and Quan He. This process gradually stabilized over time. Yu Hong and Quan He also focused on lying low, diligently cultivating and conducting research on Flamestar. Click. Yu Hong sat cross-legged in the secret room, frowning as he perceived the new fusion trait in his mind. Cloud Hand and Piercing Eye, and this is what it resulted in? Thorn Dragon Bloodline. All of your attacks will gain a 200% piercing effect enhancement. He took out a high martial secret manual from a hidden compartment in the wall and started cultivating while pondering over the follow-up arrangements for Black Mark. This enhancement obviously resulted in a lemon. It seems the possibility of fusion failure does exist. Just because it rarely happened before doesn't mean it's non-existent. Previously, the Piercing Eye could amplify the effects of eye-released attacks by 5 times. Now, it gets a broader range but only amplifies by 3 times. This is undoubtedly a failure. There's still a chance for another fusion, but there's nothing particularly worth fusing right now. I'll wait for now. Compared to fusing traits, Yu Hong had realized that without superior similar traits, the cost-effectiveness of fusing traits was not high for him now. Enhancing the outer eye provides higher returns. Utilizing the high energy level obtained through immortal cultivation to supply and enhance the outer eye through Black Mark until the highest level, then feeding back to the entire body, progresses much faster than the cultivation realms. After hesitating, Yu Hong finally decided to take out the outer eye and arbitrarily add something from the side. Enhance the outer eye, direction. Overall comprehensive enhancement. The appearance of Emosa's body essentially marked the enhancement of the outer eye after Emosa's body began to take off, meaning the return from enhancing the outer eye was far greater than from cultivation. Yu Hong made up his mind to let Black Mark focus on this. After getting good traits, then fuse. Soon, black lines flowed from the back of his hand and into the outer eye. The outer eye, emitting colorful light, flashed slightly, and a line of red countdown numbers appeared inside. November 17th, 5 years, 9:43 a.m. Indeed, the higher the energy level, the longer the required enhancement time. This is just a simple comprehensive enhancement, not an extreme one, yet it takes so long. But Yu Hong still confirmed the enhancement in his heart. Enhanced outer eye feeds back to cultivation, and cultivation enhances energy to supply the enhancement. This has been his set path from the start. In the next moment, countless amounts of mana inside him madly surged into the Black Mark imprint. The continuous mana supply, once gone, was swiftly replenished by the Immortal Tao Tianhe's conversion of vitality. Essentially, the Immortal Tao focuses on constant quality improvement and self-evolution, unlike the Arcane, which can provide limitless energy once reaching a certain point. The limitless energy of the Arcane is essentially infinite low-tier energy, which, at high energy levels, is far inferior to the Immortal Tao. The continuous supply of mana lasted for more than 10 minutes before it slowly reduced and then completely stopped. Only when the countdown timer slightly flashed and began to move did Yu Hong wipe the invisible sweat from his forehead and breathe a sigh of relief. The energy requirement is increasing. If it was my previous cultivation level, it wouldn't fill up even with a few days and nights of absorption. Fortunately, I had the foresight to cultivate the Immortal Tao and elevate my energy level. Using inner vision to observe his body, Yu Hong found that the vitality converted madly for over 10 minutes hadn't even used 1/10 of Agrias's gift in his body. He finally felt how rich this guy's worth as a star god was. After a sigh in his heart, Yu Hong got up and walked out of the secret room. Quan He and Yi were not there. The stable environment of Flamestar allowed them to often go out for shopping, playing, and living much better than before. Looking at the empty safe house, Yu Hong shook his head internally, then spread his divine sense outward to perceive the surrounding chaotic god sky eye puppets. Most of the Moon Palace people were composed of his summoned fear shadows and chaotic god puppets, while the people Yenwei roped in accounted for only a small part. After all, how many terrorists in this day and age aren't afraid to play with self-destruction every day? This perception immediately made Yu Hong reveal a hint of surprise. After returning to Void, the range of his divine sense could already cover tens of thousands of kilometers around him, which was quite small among Immortal Tao cultivators. Because his stabilization time in each realm was too short, His divine sense didn't naturally grow to its limit before quickly breaking through to the next realm. So it was very normal for this situation to occur. But even so, the range of tens of thousands of kilometers was enough to cover almost half of Flamestar's huge region. Within his divine sense, it seemed that the Yinluo had stealthily dispatched a special forces unit, targeting the Moon Palace for reconnaissance and a beheading plan. Unlike the powerful squad sent last time, this special forces unit had 9 members in total, all of whom wore high-level life armor codenamed Black Mark. The team leader, in particular, wore specially designed armor called Beheader. It was obvious that this high-level armor was specifically for the Moon Palace. As Yu Hong observed them, this squad was quickly moving towards a subbase of the Moon Palace. The mountain forest was rugged, light rain was falling, and wild grass was growing chaotically. The members of the beheading squad were all enveloped in a faint purple light. This purple light allowed them to move at supersonic speeds without causing any sonic booms. Swish! Swish! In an instant, the squad went from extremely fast to extremely still, stopping abruptly. The team leader, standing at 2 meters tall, had a helmet similar to a triceratops, with 3 horns standing upright. His body armor was mostly composed of overlapping round spots, giving an appearance of bulging muscles. The enemy might have already detected our presence, the team leader said in a low voice, his voice clear and cold on the communication channel. The leader of the Moon Palace, Yan Wei, indeed possesses certain special abilities, but her key strength lies in the immense effect produced by combining her abilities with the armor. Therefore, our insider will trigger a strong interference particle at the crucial moment, making all the stolen armors in the Moon Palace inoperative for about 20 minutes. This is our key period to handle all the trouble, the team leader continued. Yes, the Yinluo members replied solemnly. Let's move. The next moment, all the Yinluo members disappeared on the spot, rushing straight towards the Moon Palace's subbase. At that moment, inside the subbase of the Moon Palace, in a temporary air raid shelter 200 meters underground, Yan Wei was in a conference room with several subbase leaders, formulating the latest action plan. Unbeknownst to them, danger was quickly approaching. Yu Hong's divine sense noticed this, roughly simulating the energy level response of both parties. The captain of this special forces team has reached the immortal level. Yan Wei probably won't be able to handle it. Plus, the interference particles affecting the activation of the armor this time, it might be really dangerous. Yu Hong estimated the clear gap in combat power between the two sides. Even if Yan Wei used her outer eye with the armor, she could at most exert nearly immortal strength, comparable to the Kai Jing Taoist without using regular abilities. In essence, the strength of many monsters is extremely hard to gauge and difficult to compare in parallel. Usually, whoever captures the opponent's weaknesses first will win. Therefore, the practical combat gap within the same energy level can be very large. And now, this special forces captain directly crossed to the immortal level. This is a qualitative difference. A strong person at the ordinary extraordinary level, even if they can destroy stars with one hit, if their energy level is not high enough, it's just a result achieved through quantity. Facing the immortal level, one hit can obliterate them. It looks like I'll have to lend a hand a bit. An immortal level captain, coupled with his specialized armor. Now that the great annihilation is imminent, and having learned from Agrius that the forces of the Elemental Emperor and the Heavenly Sun sect have already withdrawn entirely, Yu Hong also stopped worrying too much and decided to accelerate the Moon Palace's plan. Testing the Yinluo's backing could be advanced further. Thinking this, Yu Hong walked to the door and pushed it open. With a click, the door automatically bounced back, closing. The next instant, he had disappeared from the spot. Immortal Dao magical power enveloped Yu Hong completely, condensing black flames released by Black Phoenix Jade into a fire bird, speeding towards the Moon Palace's subbase. Meanwhile, inside the base, Yan Wei lightly touched her right eye, which had a mysterious transformation that she had discovered upon waking up. A powerful force continuously flowed from this eye throughout her body. This power enhanced her body, which was already several dozen times stronger than ordinary people due to armor amplification, even further, increasing it several times over. At that moment, She was extremely confident in facing any armor of the same level. She was meticulously simulating possible Inluo attack strategies and routes with two sub-base leaders. Boom! Suddenly, the entire base violently shook, and the three people swayed, immediately hearing the piercing alarm sound around them. Quick, arm up! Yen Wei's face turned cold. She flew towards the life armor in the corner of the conference room. The other two did the same, though they were very fast, it was still a step too late. A wave of invisible vibrational sound spread throughout the base. The sound wave penetrated the walls, covering the entire base, causing Yen Wei, the two leaders, and everyone inside trying to put on armor to freeze slightly. With a pop, Yen Wei resumed movement, grabbed her armor component, and activated it with her mind. But nothing happened. The life armor, which usually responded to her mind, was now like a stone, completely unresponsive. Chapter 590. Yen Wei's heart quickly sank. The next second, a sharp pain pierced her back, as if something sharp was speeding towards her at an incredible velocity. In a panic, Yen Wei hurriedly rolled to the side, dodging the attack from behind. Boom! The wall behind her was directly shattered. A black armored figure, holding a black electric spear, ferociously stabbed towards her. Yen Wei's mind went blank. The opponent was equipped, but she was not. Without the tenfold increase in strength provided by armor, the only thing she could rely on was her mutated right eye. But, With two screams, two other sub-base leaders, who were not equipped, had their heads blown off in front of the more than tenfold strengthened Inluo soldiers. They were also experienced armored fighters, but without their armor, they were like pigs and sheep waiting to be slaughtered, completely defenseless. This was the difference between being equipped and not being equipped. With the armor on, the more than tenfold increase in physical strength was enough to make anyone capable of instantly killing a battle-hardened veteran. This was the gap. Yen Wei's right eye suddenly lit up with purple light. In the next instant, she disappeared from her original spot and appeared directly in the hallway outside the meeting room. This was the instantaneous movement ability belonging to the immortal general. She had managed to develop this ability after much effort, using it to turn the tide of battle multiple times and seize the life armor worn by the enemy. But this time it seemed, boom! Another two loud bangs came from behind. The walls were once again shattered, and two more armored figures dashed in, not stopping but heading straight for Yen Wei's position. Yen Wei instantaneously moved away again, pressing the armor component in her pocket, but it was no use. Her heart was heavy, and in the next second, she continued to use instantaneous movement. But this time, as soon as she reappeared, a giant black electric spear was already rushing towards her from the front. Such a conspicuous space teleportation fluctuation. Yen Wei, are you mocking this hall? The captain's icy voice suddenly sounded from beneath his helmet. Your Highness! Yen Wei's face changed dramatically, but it was too late for her to use instantaneous movement again. In desperation, her right eye shone brightly with a purple light, shooting out a purple beam, directly hitting the spear. Boom! The purple electric spear exploded at once. Without protection, Yen Wei was blown away on the spot, hitting the wall hard and creating a big dent before rolling down. Without armor, she couldn't even beat an ordinary Inluo soldier, let alone such a top expert. Poof! Yen Wei spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to get up. But, swoosh! A black electric spear was suspended by her neck. Yen Wei, you betrayed my trust. The Inluo captain's voice was low as he walked closer, staring at her. What trust? Your Highness, you never trusted me. How could I betray it? Yen Wei's face was calm as she slowly got up from the ground. The victor becomes king and the loser is vilified. You won? Kill me. I want to know why you betrayed me in the first place? The captain asked calmly. Because of you, my policy planning for Flamestar had errors, causing me a huge disadvantage in the political arena. Since the moment my parents died because of your people, there has been no such thing as betrayal. Yen Wei's face was expressionless as she suddenly grabbed the spear, squeezing toward the tip with her palm. In the critical moment, the captain saw in her palm what was surprisingly a high-level armor component she was assigned before. At this distance, once the component was pierced and damaged, it would cause a huge explosion immediately. Considering the enclosed space of the underground base corridor, even with his armor, he would be severely injured. "You!" The captain hurriedly withdrew the spear and retreated. But the next moment, he knew he had been tricked, as Yen Wei disappeared once again before his eyes. Courting death, he followed, activating the armor's instantaneous movement ability to track the space fluctuation. Just as he appeared, beep, a sharp siren sounded around. Boom! Before he could see his surroundings clearly, a massive explosion swept him away, engulfing everything. Outside the base on the surface, Yen Wei stood quietly on the grass, watching the huge hole blown open in the underground base area not far away. The timing was just right, and I didn't misjudge His Highness's personality. This explosion should damage his armor's instantaneous movement ability. Unfortunately, this base is finished. It's time to retreat. The others in the base had no chance of being rescued, but Yen Wei never intended to save them. To have a prince of the Yinluo people buried with them was not a loss by any means. Swoosh! The next second, she disappeared on the spot. Without armor, she couldn't confront them head-on. She must find out why the armor couldn't activate. But for now, it didn't matter. She still had backup armor. A few hundred meters away from the subbase, inside an abandoned factory, Yen Wei appeared instantly in a corner of the factory, squatting down and lifting a cover from the ground. Below, in the dark compartment, lay her backup armor set. It was also a high-level armor set. Reaching out to touch the armor, she was about to equip it. Suddenly, a sharp pain spread from the back of her head again. Yen Wei made a decisive move, leaving the armor and rolling aside. Sizzle! A black light shot through her previous position, piercing the wall and leaving a charred hole. Yen Wei's expression changed slightly as she once again instantly appeared next to the armor, reaching out to grab it. But in the next moment, a black spear appeared out of thin air between her and the armor. Thud! Hiss! The flesh of her palm instantly charred upon contact. But Yen Wei's face remained unchanged as she flipped away from the second black spear crashing down from behind her. Boom! With a deafening crash, the black spear created a large pit in the ground. She was also thrown high into the air, disappearing once more in an instant teleportation. Chase! The two special forces of Yinluo simultaneously began to teleport after her. The factory returned to an empty and silent state. Plop! Plop! A tall, strong humanoid figure slowly walked in, approaching the hidden compartment, and looked down at the life armor placed inside. The figure was tall, dressed simply in a black shirt and trousers. For reasons unknown, perhaps the lighting or something else, his face was always shrouded in a layer of dim light, the contours unclear. At this moment, outside the factory, Yen Wei rushed in quickly. Her face pale, she coughed into her chest, spitting out a bit of blood, and hurried towards the hidden compartment. But just as she stepped through the door, she saw the tall figure standing there, and her steps involuntarily slowed down. "Who are you? Please step aside. I need to get something." Yen Wei steadied her emotions as she walked towards the figure. Step aside for what? The figure turned back to look at her. Yen Wei's vision was starting to blur slightly from having teleported too many times and from bodily strain. She couldn't teleport anymore. Otherwise, she would collapse before she got the armor. "Where you're standing, can you please move?" Worried about the Yinluo special forces possibly catching up, she couldn't help but quicken her pace. "You look injured. Need help calling the police?" The man didn't answer, instead asking with concern. "No need. Why are you alone here anyway? It's very dangerous. You should leave immediately and find a place to hide. Didn't you hear the explosions just now?" Yen Wei quickly said. "I'm a Taoist cultivator," the man replied earnestly. "I came here because I heard the explosions. So, do you need help? Thanks for your kindness, just step aside. That's all I need. You should leave right away, Yen Wei advised kindly. Don't worry. Though my time in cultivation is short, I can still protect myself a little. The man smiled brightly, stepping aside. Yen Wei had already moved to the side of the hidden compartment, her hand pressing on the armor, but to her dismay, it didn't start. She looked up at the man, triggered by his earlier kind words. You! As soon as she spoke, she noticed the space behind the man warp with instant teleportation distortions. A tall, burly black armor appeared instantly, and a spear crashed silently towards the man's head. Screech! In the next moment, purple light shot from Yen Wei's eyes, deflecting the black spear. Run! She yelled sharply. But it was too late. The black spear corrected itself and struck like lightning towards the man's back. Bang!
A loud explosion.
The black spear struck the man's back heavily, creating a circle of white ash ripples. But it was completely different from what she expected. The man remained standing, his back facing the black spear. Only his face, looking towards Yen Wei, began to twist violently. The vague face twisted and squirmed rapidly, like clay. Hiss! It was as if an invisible thin membrane on the man's body was torn and stretched. His body rapidly expanded, growing taller, wider, and larger. 2 meters. 3 meters. 4 meters. 6 meters. The man's body inflated like a balloon, reaching over 6 meters tall in the blink of an eye, standing like a small mountain. Colorful glowing lines radiated from his body, illuminating the surroundings. Those lines wriggled along the ground and walls like worms. Yen Wei looked up to see the man's eyes covered with black cloth, yet couldn't hide the piercing light beneath. What the hell? The Yinluo Special Forces soldier holding the black spear, who witnessed the transformation from start to finish, was stunned. From widening his eyes to gaping his mouth, he was forced to retreat bit by bit. For a moment, he doubted if he was dreaming. Boom! In the next instant, a giant hand pressed him from above into the ground. As the hand lifted, only a mix of fragmented armor and flesh remained in the deep pit. Witnessing this, Yen Wei's mind went blank, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Yu Hong looked at her dumbfounded face and smiled gently. Young one, there's little time. Go do whatever you desire. The great annihilation is imminent. The floating city is very close, so it's not far from here either. Yu Hong knew their time here was limited. Thus, after gaining the ancient god body and his strength surging again, he decided it's time to gather this place's vitality. Chapter 591. In the factory, Yu Hong looked up at the gentle sunlight outside. Such warming sunlight, I wonder when I'll ever see it again. This time, he did not hide anymore. The primary reason was that the great annihilation was approaching. He couldn't take everyone here with him, but before leaving, he could give them a gift. Gulp. Yen Wei's face turned pale as she backed away step by step until her back was against the wall. You? Who exactly are you? She vaguely sensed a familiar tone in his voice. This manner of speech was very much like the mentor who had once guided and betrayed her to this point. You've done well during this period. After I'm gone, you'll have to manage the situation yourself. Yu Hong's face quickly transformed, clearly revealing the familiar face of her mentor. Mentor! Yen Wei was stunned. It's really you. Yu Hong did not respond but rather made his immense body quickly vanish, leaving behind only a 2-meter-tall human figure like before. He walked slowly out of the door and exited the factory. His true body, due to its collapse, had to constantly appear outside. But to avoid arousing the enemy's suspicion and to achieve the effect of a surprise attack, he used an illusion technique to set up a false body in front of his true self, hiding himself behind it, ready to strike at any moment. As soon as he stepped out the door, several black armor Yinluo people suddenly appeared outside. 5 in total formed into a simple array, surrounding Yu Hong at the center. Among them, a prince was also in the formation. Among these people, which one is the inducement point? Yu Hong transmitted in a low voice. Yes, the other reason for his impatience was to delay the arrival of the source disaster's great annihilation as much as possible. According to Senior Sudan's method, as long as the inducement point was found and either removed or destroyed, the source disaster's intrusion time could be greatly delayed. At first, he thought the inducement point must be on a human from Flamestar. However, upon closer inspection, he found that none of the slightly famous people on Flamestar were it. The inducement point is characterized by immense influence. After secretly inspecting, he confirmed that Yen Wei was not it, and neither were the leaders of various countries. So, it seemed highly probable that the inducement point existed among the Yinluo people. If not, then it must be in other regions of this universe. That would be beyond his concern. Not sure, let's check it out. If we can't find it, we'll just leave. Quan He transmitted. After all, we only need to verify if the inducement point is truly effective. Whether we can extend the vitality of the humans here depends on their luck. Quan He was also open-minded. After all, they were merely passers-by. They couldn't carry or take responsibility for the fate of billions of people here. But are you sure you want to cut the knot quickly? Quan He hesitated to ask. Yes, there's no time. We've been here for some time already. The initial objective has been achieved. There's no point in staying any longer.
Yuhong en souhaite calmely.
It was still critical to escape for their lives. Understood. Quan He comprehended. You should handle the immediate situation first. Both were immortal Dao cultivators. Despite the content of their telepathic exchange seeming ample, it was completed in merely 2 seconds. Now, Yu Hong refocused on the 5 individuals in front of him. The leader among them, the Yinluo prince, stepped out of the formation, slightly ahead of the rest. Yen Wei, stop hiding. Come out. In the factory, Yen Wei slowly walked out, her face pale, eyes complicated as she looked at Yu Hong's back, then shifted her gaze to the prince. Your Highness, you shouldn't have come. Are you rambling nonsense because you know you're about to die and have become delirious? The prince said coldly, although I don't know how you killed Tren. Now, with 5 against 1, you stand no chance. You overestimate me. Yen Wei shook her head, her gaze fixed on Yu Hong. From the beginning, I have always been just a puppet. Now she understood. All the previous puzzles were finally solved. Why there was always a continuous strong dark force in the Moon Palace supporting her to attack the Yinluo people. Now it seemed that it had always been this mentor orchestrating everything. The prince and the others noticed Yu Hong at this point, this seemingly insignificant tall human male. Swoosh! Suddenly, a black laser shot out from one of the Yinluo people's shoulders, hitting Yu Hong squarely. This was an ambush. While everyone thought the prince was about to question Yu Hong and converse with him, the swift and precise ambush of this laser was unexpected and struck Yu Hong right in the forehead. They had been alert and cautious as soon as Yu Hong appeared and stood nonchalantly within their encirclement. After all, until now, no ordinary human surrounded by the Yinluo people had remained so composed. Thus, they knew this person had to be problematic. But despite hitting the target, Yu Hong had been distracted. This laser shot pulled him back from his distraction. In the moment he walked out, his divine sense recklessly spread, encompassing the nearby 2 Yinluo motherships floating above Flamestar. He was calculating the total number of Yinluo people on Flamestar. Most Yinluo people, due to their disdain for living too close to the lowly humans of Flamestar, chose to stay in their 3 motherships. This made it easier for Yu Hong to scan now. 71,452 in total. Yu Hong said. What? The prince was the first to grasp the meaning of Yu Hong's statement. How do you know this number? His eyes flashed blue, his voice becoming grave. This was indeed the total number of Yinluo people currently on Flamestar. Time is running out. Could I ask you to hand over all your life armor? Yu Hong managed a slight smile. If he wanted to gather them all, it was essential to drain every bit of life force from the armor. The vitality Agrias bestowed was abundant, but no one ever felt it was enough. Therefore, his true intention was to take as much as possible. The only restriction he faced was the storage capacity for vitality. But with Agrias having demonstrated it, it was straightforward to learn by following suit, and his current body could bear it regardless. Is this guy mad? An Luo person scoffed with laughter. But in the next second, poof, a black spear instantly pierced through his heart from behind. The spear tip penetrated the chest armor, carrying remnants of blood and flesh, then swiftly retracted. The Luo person stood rigid, his eyes quickly dimming from green. What is happening? He kneeled, clutching his heart, helplessly collapsing on the ground, gradually losing his breath. Standing behind him was another Luo person in formation. Not just that, two other Luo persons mysteriously began to lift black spears and started savagely attacking each other. Judging by their stance, it was as if the opponent was their mortal enemy, fighting with full desperation. The prince, upon seeing the lasers fail, felt an immediate rise in his heart rate. Now, witnessing this scene made him involuntarily step back 2 paces, loudly ordering his subordinates to stop, but to no avail. Don't be afraid. Yu Hong's silhouette vanished, reappearing suddenly at his side. You still have value. For Luo people, if you are willing to cooperate, I don't mind sparing your lives. Arrogant. What position do you represent to say such words? Though the prince was terrified, he couldn't help but retort upon hearing this. I represent myself. Yu Hong was unwilling to waste words. Now, he no longer suppressed his control. The Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique automatically operated, and immediately a gray vitality mist began to rise from the 3 Luo people surrounding the prince and Yan Wei. As the mist flew out and integrated into Yu Hong, their bodies became increasingly emaciated and frail. Their armor rapidly dulled. In less than 3 seconds, the 3 collapsed lifelessly to the ground, their armor also turning completely gray and lifeless. This scene made both the prince and Yan Wei shiver uncontrollably. Without any movements, just standing and speaking a few words caused the 4 elite Luo special forces, capable of destroying a small country, to lose vitality and collapse on the ground with seemingly damaged armor. Let's go, lead the way. To your mothership. Yu Hong lightly patted the prince's shoulder. The prince began to tremble unconsciously. He very much wanted to refuse but didn't dare. The ordeal his subordinates had just faced rendered him incapable of making any rash decisions. Right, the mothership. The mothership has high-intensity fire control systems surrounding it. As long as we enter the zone, we can use death rays to instantly deal with this guy. A rapid burst of thoughts brought a solution to his mind. Can you tell me who you are and what you want? He asked, trying to suppress his fear. You can call me Mentor, the true leader of the Moon Palace in the shadows. As for what I want,
Yu Hong chuckled.
That depends on what you have. Whoosh, the 2 soared skyward, heading toward the Luo mothership. Yan Wei hesitated before quickly leaping toward another distant point, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. With the armor unusable and his eyes strained from overuse, instantaneous movement was unlikely. So, he had to resort to other tools. There was a light helicopter stationed at the other point which might keep up with the Mentor's duo. In the sky, Yu Hong followed the prince, flying swiftly. Soon, they approached the Luo Linglong mothership. The massive mothership resembled a continent, hovering motionlessly above the Linglong capital. This area is already a no-fly zone. Inside the mothership are my 2 brothers. Even for me, entering here will inevitably provoke them into action. To secure the throne and eliminate competitors, they'd gladly take any chance to kill me. So threatening me further serves no purpose. At this point, the prince had discerned Yu Hong's strategy, explaining hurriedly. Yu Hong floated in the sky, observing the dense array of Luo armored troops swiftly emerging around the massive mothership. He soon realized the prince wasn't lying. No worries, just lead the way. Yu Hong was unconcerned. The prince dared not say more and could only watch helplessly as dozens of life armor figures from the mothership flew towards him and the person behind him. But swish, swish, swish. In the next second, this group of Luo armored figures unexpectedly flew past them, then paired off, beginning an insane slaughter among themselves. Their eyes steadily transitioned from blue and green to red, swiftly targeting their comrades with full force, even resorting to self-sacrifice by triggering explosions while holding a colleague. Enormous flames erupted continuously in the sky. The entirety of the capital below remained in a state of intense shaking. The authorities had long been alerted but dared not approach upon seeing the Yinluo forces mobilize, resorting to deploying helicopters to film from the periphery. The prince looked at the continuously exploding Yinluo armored figures, feeling the coldness intensify in his heart. From his vantage, he could see countless gray mist constantly emanating from the Yinluo figures, converging towards Yu Hong. Chapter 592. Let's go, continue. There should be the highest level of life armor stored in your mothership, right? Yu Hong asked calmly as he approached the mothership. Yes. Excluding the advanced armor, the highest level is the immortal level. There's one set inside the mothership that's currently under repair. The prince replied hoarsely. Let's take a look. Yu Hong was suddenly interested. He flew towards the mothership, continuously absorbing all the vitality from the Enro people flying out of it. A large amount of vitality was condensed into black crystals, suspended within his bloodstream. The quality of the vitality here was indeed very high, which made Yu Hong very satisfied. The two of them flew unimpeded, quickly reaching the outer armor layer of the mothership. The mothership's fire control system had no reaction at all, as if it was blind, allowing Yu Hong to enter the area. The prince quietly opened the channel in an effort to communicate, requesting the fire control to aim and kill the monster beside him. But all the messages he sent were like stones sinking into the sea, with no response. The entrance of the mothership opened automatically, very peacefully. Inside, 2 rows of Enro people stood apart, like they were welcoming guests, their eyes glowing red as they saluted in unison. Soon, a large cloud of gray smoke emerged from above their heads. As Yu Hong walked into the mothership, the Enro people lined up fell weakly to the ground one after another. Their flesh became shriveled and blotchy, and their armor quickly faded from black to gray-white. Every time Yu Hong walked a certain distance, several Enro people would wither and die next to him. The prince vaguely connected the dots and began to tremble violently. He seemed to know what Yu Hong really was. I'm very interested in your Enro people's vitality conversion system. I wonder if you could introduce it to me? Yu Hong said clearly as he walked ahead, his voice reaching the prince's ears. Do you think you can win? The power standing behind us, even you cannot match. The prince gritted his teeth and said, Is it the Heavenly Sun sect or the Elemental Emperor? Yu Hong asked directly. What? The prince was stunned. This stunned reaction also surprised Yu Hong. Could it be the Holy Tower? He asked again. What Holy Tower? We Enro people are gathering resources and forming the Great River Alliance for the Ashes people. Upon hearing this, Yu Hong was completely relieved. So it's neither the Holy Tower nor the Heavenly Sun sect, nor the Elemental Emperor. That's good, that's good. He immediately laughed, causing the prince to feel a strange chill in his heart and his steps to quicken. Along the way, countless Enro people appeared within a certain range around Yu Hong, and they instantly withered, lost their vitality, and eventually fell dead. Yu Hong didn't encounter any notable resistance along the way. Occasionally, 2 immortal-level Enro people, clad in armor, tried to engage him in close combat, but they couldn't even penetrate the passive defense of the Qingwei Heart technique and fell into illusions, desperately fighting each other. During their scuffle, Yu Hong directly drained their vitality. Half an hour later, Yu Hong and the prince stood at the core of the entire mothership, the energy furnace. The energy furnace was located in the deepest part of the mothership, composed of hundreds of anti-gravity engines and kinetic engines. The gigantic energy furnace resembled a towering green furnace, constantly emitting terrifying heat. Within it, a set of dark gold armor quietly floated. It's this. Yu Hong stood in front of the energy furnace. The black spirit lacked this particular part, and the safe house's defenses had been fortified to an extremely high level, but the only thing missing was the power. If he could seize the power of the Enro people's mothership. I need all the technology of this energy furnace. Yu Hong turned and looked at the prince. I'll sort it out and prepare everything for you to collect, the prince replied hoarsely. In just over 10 minutes, he had witnessed the death of no less than 3,000 people around him. For the Enro people, losing 3,000 was an extremely horrendous loss. And now, the prince was even more appalled that Yu Hong dared to make him work for him. The prince thought maliciously, planning to prepare some fake information and then flee on a ship. I hope you don't waste either of our time, Yu Hong stated calmly. As a warning, I can send you a small gift first. He extended his hand, and a black flame suddenly sprang up in his palm. Ow! The next moment, a black flaming bird shot out from his palm, piercing through the walls of the mothership with a bang. The flaming bird charged through the walls layer by layer, becoming larger and hotter by the second. 3 seconds later, bang! The black flaming bird broke free from the mothership, enlarging enormously, becoming even bigger than the mothership itself. In the next moment, the black flaming bird abruptly turned back and, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, swallowed the entire mothership in one gulp. The bird's mouth grew larger and larger, eventually resembling a gigantic black hole that swallowed the mothership instantaneously. Soon, the bird dispersed and disappeared. The only thing left in the air was the thick remains of ash, mixed with metal fragments, falling like raindrops. The prince was suspended in midair, dumbfounded, having witnessed the entire scene in just a few seconds. The thousands of Enro people on the entire mothership were all gone in a flash of black light. Gone. His mind was completely blank. The immense shock and impact, mixed with fear, made it hard for him to breathe. At this moment, Yu Hong had no time to waste on him with unnecessary words. He had already put away his armor, flown out of Flame Star, and entered the surrounding starry sky. With a glance, he immediately saw another small mechanical metal planet hidden and floating around Flame Star. This planet was only 4,000 or 5,000 kilometers in diameter, entirely silver with a huge red glow at its top. On the planet's surface, countless Enluo people could be seen working overtime, using the mineral resources transported from Flamestar to manufacture various weapons and warships. Let's give it a try. Yu Hong suddenly remembered the sword strike from Senior He Ying earlier. Now that his cultivation had far surpassed his sister's, he thought he might as well try. Immediately, he extended his hand towards the mechanical small planet, holding his palm in an empty grip. Buzz! Tremendous mana surged wildly, condensing into an enormous, invisible devouring force. The devouring force gradually formed an extremely exaggerated invisible vortex, quickly spreading outwards. This was contamination. A bit of mana could autonomously pollute and assimilate the surrounding lower-level energies, achieving the effect of one transforming into 10,000. The gigantic invisible vortex, initially less than 100 meters, rapidly expanded to a diameter of over 1,000 meters within 2 seconds under the effect of contamination and continued to grow. By this time, Yu Hong had already withdrawn his hand. But the vortex had taken shape. The mana he had injected was still expanding crazily, as the limit of the contamination had not yet been reached. Soon, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, over 1,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. At this point, the mana injected by Yu Hong finally halted the spread of the contamination. Now, a massive invisible vortex with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers around Flamestar began to rapidly cover that metallic planet. 2 colossal objects of almost the same size approached each other swiftly in less than half a minute. Then, all the Enluo people on the metallic planet, along with their worn armors, were instantly drawn by the immense devouring force. Their terrifying vital smoke flew into the invisible vortex and, through the connection of mana, was transmitted to Yu Hong. Oddly enough, this massive devouring of vital life even subtly improved his cultivation, which had just stepped into returning to void. The already extremely fast cultivation speed of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique improved further, as if on the right path. Returning to Void after divinity transformation meant integrating the divine sense and nascent soul into one to comprehend the so-called realm of Void. This was a further step to integrate oneself with the universe, stepping into the Void realm to intensify the extremely exaggerated contamination level. The Mahayana stage after returning to Void and Ascension were all about deepening this void, gradually getting closer to merging with the surrounding space-time of the universe, until the final unity of heaven and man. At this moment, devouring a massive number of Yinluo people in one breath indeed gave Yu Hong considerable progress in his immortal cultivation. This suggested that the foundational cultivation technique of Qinghe Mountain might inherently encourage such plundering behavior. Yu Hong finally experienced what it felt like to devour the vitality of an entire planet in one gulp. If the gift from Agrias was taken as one unit, he had just devoured a total of 1% of Agrias vitality. As his cultivation level rapidly increased, his total demand for vitality also soared. Now he understood why Qinghe Mountain was notorious in that era. Such a lucrative business of devouring planets would inevitably happen again after the first time. A single devouring could sustain an ordinary cultivator for hundreds of years. Such enormous gains were a devilish temptation for the cultivators of Qinghe Mountain. No, even a devil would be drained dry in their presence. It seems that doing this kind of lucrative business is really satisfying. That previous covert attack was too inefficient. Robbery can be addictive, especially since Yu Hong had a righteous cause, robbing an alien tribe that enslaved the human clan, which was like a divine feast. Not taking it would be a waste. At this moment, countless methods and ideas to replicate this scene flooded Yu Hong's mind. There are 2 other motherships, and there should be plenty of Yinluo people. But for now, he first had to get their vitality conversion technology and then leave this place quickly. Yu Hong's thoughts were spinning quickly. He swiftly flew back towards Flamestar. At this moment, he also realized the hassle of not having instantaneous movement. It looks like I need to find some time to study immortal teleportation spells. Meanwhile, on the surface of Flamestar, the Highness listened dumbfounded to the cries and chaotic reports coming through the communicator, unable to utter a word. Just now, the Yinluo Battlestar, Meshaga Star, responsible for transporting resources and processing weapons, was completely devoured and destroyed by a massive vortex in full view. That vortex, according to the shared video in the communication, it was sent by the same monster that had previously held him hostage and killed everyone on the mothership. The Yinluo people on the Battlestar numbered not just in the millions, far exceeding the amount on the 3 major motherships. And now, this escape route back to their home planet was completely cut off. Suddenly, His Highness felt fear towards Flamestar. Run away. This unprecedented thought popped into his mind, and once it did, he couldn't get rid of it. Hand over the technology and leave immediately. He knew clearly that staying further would mean death. At this moment, Yu Hong had already returned to Black Spirit, also beginning to prepare the departure plan after leaving Flamestar. Chapter 593. Half a month later. Moon Palace Base. In the abandoned factory, Yu Hong sat cross-legged on the open ground surrounded by a mess of abandoned machines. The rusty dark red color mixed with the sunlight streaming through the holes in the walls, creating extremely vivid hues. Click. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and Yinluo appeared instantaneously, standing in front of Yu Hong. I've brought the items. Are you really willing to keep your promise and let me and the remaining Yinluo people leave? Of course, killing you all doesn't mean much to me, said Yu Hong, who had already killed over 90% of the Yinluo people. His Highness clenched his fists but could only hold back, not daring to say more. He lowered his head and tossed a small metal box from his hand, letting it fall to the ground. This is the storage unit. You can read the contents with a universal computer interface. Inside is the energy furnace technology you requested. Leave the finished product with me. You can take a spaceship and leave, Yu Hong said generously. Okay. His Highness endured the humiliation and fear in his heart and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he stopped abruptly and turned back. Sir, May I ask, what exactly is the elemental emperor you mentioned? It's the truth of this world.
Yuhong replié casually.
His Highness was momentarily stunned but asked no more questions and turned to step out of the factory. When he couldn't resist turning back to look again, he found that Yu Hong had already disappeared. In space, Black Spirit quietly moved away from Flame Star, flying toward the boundless starlit universe. In the safe house, Quan He held the storage unit that had just been obtained and plugged it into the computer, reading various technologies for Yu Hong. It requires a lot of materials. It's good you brought back an actual sample. She sighed. How is it? Can it be installed on the safe house? Yu Hong asked. I'm not from the science side. I don't understand it. I can only use the magic method to integrate it, but this may consume nearly half of the power energy. Is that acceptable? Quan He asked. Even if it's only half, it's much better than before. Let's try installing it first. Yu Hong tossed his storage bag to her, which contained the energy furnace of the last spaceship. Where are we heading now? Quan He asked. To another place, where there's no great annihilation.
Yuhong sighed.
Black Spirit suddenly flashed, colorful threads wrapped around it, and it quickly disappeared. Following Sudan's guidance, there was now enough vitality that Yu Hong no longer manipulated Black Spirit intentionally, but allowed it to freely move towards the land of vitality. The approaching great annihilation reignited a sense of urgency in him. He needed to find the land of vitality as quickly as possible and take everyone there. Otherwise, everyone would die. The slow increase in cultivation was now compensated significantly by the emergence of the ancient god body. Yu Hong decided to try again. 3 days later, boom! Black Spirit tore through colorful threads, breaking out of the wind disaster, and crashed violently into an endless sea shimmering with silver light. The seawater was heavily displaced and splashed large water droplets. Even the splashing water droplets were silver. This was a sea composed of something resembling mercury. Yu Hong and his 2 companions stood in the first-floor hall. Looking out the window, they could only see a vast expanse of silver. No signs of life detected, no islands or land discovered, at least not within the range of my divine sense. Yu Hong said solemnly, Let's settle here. I'll set up an array, then modify the energy furnace, and we'll continue once it's completed. Quan He said, Okay.
Yuhong nodded.
I'll tidy up the items and miscellaneous things. Yi raised her hand. Monitor the environmental data and the conditions throughout the safe house. Yu Hong gently pinched Yi's cheek and nodded again. Once the 2 left to their tasks, he returned to his cultivation chamber, examining the immortal life armor he had acquired. He had researched this armor for several days and had almost figured out how to use it. Once Black Mark was free, he could let Yi use it. The armor operated through immortal-level energy reaction. By using its immortal-level energy core to absorb low energy levels, it could maintain power indefinitely. And since the armor contained high-level immortal energy, nearly matching Yu Hong's own level, it could continue to exist by absorbing low energy levels as long as it wasn't countered by the same energy level. This energy utilization method gave Yu Hong significant insights. He began to study how to create similar immortality armor using his own power, although it would be a simplistic version with far lower energy efficiency compared to life armor. However, the advantage was that this type of armor could greatly protect those he wanted to protect, allowing them to receive continuous protection from his power even in dangerous environments. After researching the armor for a while, Yu Hong took a short break, glanced outside, and swept his divine sense over the surrounding area within tens of thousands of kilometers. Still empty, without any signs of life. Quan He had already gone out to set up an isolation array around Black Spirit, preparing to upgrade the energy core. Standing by the window, he could see her moving back and forth. Yu Hong also stepped out of the cultivation chamber and went out the door. He saw that a slightly larger circular transparent barrier had been erected around Black Spirit. The barrier kept the silver seawater at bay while Quan He was busy, and Yi was helping with a tablet computer. Do you need help? Yu Hong asked. No, just focus on your own tasks. It should be done in about 2 more hours. Quan He transmitted, "It's just setting up an energy conversion array." "All right, then I'll take a walk around."
Yuong responded.
This time, Black Spirit had moved to this place on its own. Given the duration of the journey, it was unlikely they had entered a place more dangerous than the City of No Light. Following Senior Sudan's guidance, their direction had actually backtracked a little. With Yu Hong's now greatly enhanced strength, cultivation, and physical body, his courage had also significantly increased. He flew to the transparent barrier, touched it lightly. A rounded oval opening automatically appeared in the barrier. As soon as he emerged from the opening, Yu Hong came into direct contact with the silver seawater outside. Hot. Very hot. That was his first sensation. Although it wouldn't harm him, it was certainly uncomfortable. Yu Hong reached into his pocket and took out a modified detector he had been working on recently. Red value detection, 0. Spirit light radiation detection, 0. Wind disaster radiation detection, none. Light disaster radiation detection, none. Temperature, 11,790 degrees Celsius.
Over 10.000 degrees.
Is it broken? Yu Hong frowned and shook the detector. If it truly were this hot, the detector should have been burnt out. The remaining radiation detection, red value and spirit light, were originally present, while the other 2 were his own modifications. Since he couldn't quantify them precisely, he could only measure them in 3 levels, low, medium, and high. In simple terms, there were some detection substances sensitive to both types of radiation inside. The different reactions of these substances would give a summarized result. Putting away the detector, Yu Hong used his divine sense to check on the black spirit behind him. Confirming it was still safe and sound, he sped upward. The silver seawater constantly receded behind him. Like a sharp arrow, he shot straight upward and with a soft poof. He broke through the surface and rushed into the sky. The sky here was also silver, devoid of clouds or sun, but filled with many floating structures. There were broken gray high-rises, pitch-black decaying castles, massive circular playgrounds, and shattered metal towers. It seemed the entire world had been torn apart by some immense force. Yu Hong slightly reduced his speed, judged his surroundings, and aimed for the closest silver-gray rectangular building that had broken into 3 sections. Whoosh! He accelerated towards it, then slowly descended to the entrance of the bottom fragment. The door was slanted, and the dilapidated lobby inside rotated slowly along with the building fragment. He slowly entered through the doorway. Inside was a crooked stairwell. The floor was littered with various scattered items. Some yellow cardboard boxes covered in black ash. Yu Hong floated lightly, following the stairs upward. Suddenly, he stopped. A small, long-haired figure stood at the bend of the stairs, silently gazing at Yu Hong with a pair of pale eyes. The figure was a girl of about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a pink strap dress with her exposed shoulders and arms slightly darkened. Yu Hong slowly began to speak but paused again, because the girl in front of him started to slowly disintegrate, crumbling into black ash that gently dispersed. In less than 2 seconds, she vanished completely before his eyes. Yu Hong approached and found a white envelope at the spot where the girl had disappeared. There were some red characters he couldn't understand on it. Yu Hong quickly took out a small bottle from his waistband, poured some golden powder from it, and sprinkled it on the writing. Then he softly recited a few magic spells. Language comprehension. Spell activated. This was a universal spell to translate languages by communicating with the ambient pheromones, one of the fundamental spells of the arcane system. Although Yu Hong didn't practice arcane magic, he had studied the spell system. Given his current cultivation, simulating a basic spell after understanding its principles wasn't an issue. Soon, the writing on the envelope became clear and understandable to him. Lu Sha, wait for daddy. The envelope contained only this sentence. Yu Hong continued moving forward while attempting to extract the letter inside. But the letter had long been reduced to crumbs and could not be pulled out. He could only gently open the flap and peer inside. The evolution has begun. If successful, Daddy will come to take you away. If it fails, stay home and don't go anywhere. Wait for Mommy to find you. Sun Ing Chao.
Yuon Sige d'un Wardli.
There was no need to read further. He knew that the so-called evolution had likely failed. He continued upstairs. Household by household, almost everything was covered with thick black ash. Furniture, floors, walls, sinks, everywhere. No remnants of food or corpses were found. Yu Hong quickly flew out of the building and headed towards another structure, which appeared to be a government building. This building looked like a white chocolate wrapped in a circular wall. The surface was covered with large cracks. It floated in the air, moving very slowly into the distance. Bam! Using his mana, Yu Hong blasted open the white security door at the building's entrance. A huge cloud of black ash immediately gushed out from within. He stepped back, waited for a while, and after a good 10 seconds, the black ash gradually lessened, weakened, and finally disappeared. Yu Hong flew inside through the door. In the black corridor inside, a tall, thin black figure stood. It was a middle-aged man with short hair, wearing glasses, holding a white briefcase, standing quietly in the corridor. As Yu Hong entered, the man's body quickly cracked and disintegrated, turning into flying ash from foot to head within seconds. Where he had been standing, only a very worn-out black glasses case remained. Chapter 594. Yu Hong walked over, picked up the glasses case and opened it. Click. Inside was a piece of black silk cloth, and on the cloth was a cute little silver swan pendant. He put the items away and continued inward. Walking through the corridor, he went up to the second floor, and in one of the offices, Yu Hong quickly found an office where a few plastic bag documents were placed on an empty desk. He stepped forward, picked up the documents, and gently took them out of the bag. On the comprehensive implementation of the Adaptation Evolutionary Injection Detailed Plan. The first document made him faintly understand what had happened here. Yu Hong opened the document. The erosion of the source disaster is becoming more frequent. Resistance is futile, and giving up equals certain death. The only option is adaptation. Adapt to the source disaster, treat it as a new major environmental change, and then maximize the preservation of human civilization in the new environment. This is the initial purpose of this plan. The document set the tone right at the beginning. Beneath were some details specifying what to do at each step, what would happen, and how to respond, all explained in detail. Yu Hong did not continue reading. Instead, he swept his divine sense, quickly walked to the edge of the table, and pulled out a small silver safe from underneath. With a single hand, he broke the lock and then gently opened the box door. Inside the box was a silver test tube protected by silver metal patterns. The mouth of the test tube was firmly sealed with transparent adhesive. There was a label on the outside, adaptation potion. Yu Hong's heart moved. He carefully took it out and placed it in the outer pocket of his robe. Then, he quickly searched the building and found 2 more of these adaptation potions. A total of 3. He flew out of the building and began a carpet search of the surrounding areas. After more than an hour, Yu Hong had 6 more adaptation potions in his hand, making a total of 9. And through the exploration here, he roughly understood everything that had happened. Standing at the tip of a 60-degree tilted iron tower, looking at the wide floating building groups around in the air, Yu Hong sighed softly and turned to head back towards the Black Spirit direction. Before long, he returned to the Silver Sea. He lightly passed through the array outside the safe house. How did it go? Quan He was still debugging the added energy furnace. He asked casually. This is a destroyed world. I only found these. Yu Hong reached out and took out 9 adaptation potions to show. If we continue inward, won't we encounter any living beings? Quan He was silent for a moment and asked. Probably not, Yu Hong replied. Those capable of surviving in the deepest parts are either monsters or supreme beings. The rest can only be dead things. It's really cruel. Quan He sighed. It's still safe here for now. I didn't find any threatening danger. We can stay here for a while longer, thoroughly repair ourselves before moving on. Yu Hong said. He didn't want to run around, but the pressure of the great annihilation forced him to keep pushing forward. The three of them continued upgrading the power, along with subsequent debugging and testing, staying in the Silver World for about a week before gradually packing up the array to prepare for the next place. This time, it could really be the source disaster zone beyond the depth of the City of No Light. The three of them checked the safe house over and over again, setting up all the preparations that could be done. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Yu Hong had Yi put on the immortal armor and carefully instructed. Yi nodded vigorously. Quan He was on the side debugging the computer, checking the status of various systems in the safe house. After several upgrades, except for the magic part, the rest of the safe house could be queried and detected by computer. Everything is in order. Ready to go. She made a gesture to Yu Hong. Good. Yu Hong nodded and focused his mind. Suddenly the entire black spirit shook violently, and then the modified energy core burst out a power far greater than before. Boom! In an instant, the entire safe house shot out, pulling a huge white line in the seawater, flying into the sky, bursting out of the sea surface. In midair, colorful lines emerged around the black spirit, wrapping it and disappearing. Bang, bang, bang! In the wind disaster, the black spirit shot out of a huge tornado, heading away from the City of No Light at explosive speed. The upgraded power was countless times faster than before. Yu Hong only felt the floating city world and the City of No Light in his perception rapidly distancing from the three of them. Within 5 seconds, his divine sense could no longer perceive it. Outside the window, a blur of dazzling colorful lines stretched into a blur from the terrifying speed. This speed, isn't it a bit too fast? Tied to a chair, asked loudly with a trembling voice. It is a bit. According to my post-upgrade tests, at full power acceleration, we can reach speeds between 151 and 200 Mach. Quan He explained. Yu Hong recalled the snail speed of the safe house, which was slower than a car before, and was speechless. Be careful and always pay attention to your physical condition. At this speed, who knows what kind of area we will enter this time. Yu Hong pointed with one hand, and a colorful three-dimensional map gifted by Agrius appeared in midair. Their current location naturally appeared on it. In the colorful zone of the wind disaster, a flashing green dot represented them. The little dot was now about to rush out of the source disaster overlapping area, entering the deepest part of the source disaster where there was absolutely no trace of the universe. Yu Hong looked at the map. At their current speed, the next area they were about to reach was, Careful! We're about to enter the unconscious layer. His expression changed, and he urgently shouted. But it was already too late. The next moment, his voice instantly disappeared. Not just his, all sounds around them vanished entirely at that moment. An unprecedented silence enveloped everything around them. Yu Hong quickly tried to transmit his voice, attempting to speak loudly, but it was useless. No sound could be transmitted out. He had no choice but to gesture towards Quan He and Yi. They both understood his meaning. Quan He quickly took paper and pen from a drawer and began writing to communicate. But before they could start writing, suddenly, Yu Hong's entire body began to emit a violent purple light. Countless thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind, and the metabolism of every cell in his body accelerated 1,000,000 times at that moment. His cultivation also circulated countless times in an instant. The small area where Yu Hong stood, the ground, the water kettle and cups on the table, all turned black, cracked, and quickly crumbled into fragments, becoming a mixture of debris and dust. Even the table and chairs integrated with the safe house gradually developed a layer of old, gray-black stains. Yu Hong felt as if a slight movement of his thoughts caused countless distracting thoughts to surge madly, instantly overwhelming his mind. He quickly calmed his mind and entered a meditation state for cultivation. The cultivation of the returning to Void Realm and the resistance of the powerful ancient god body allowed him to quickly stabilize his mind. Eliminating the distractions, he looked at Quan He and Yi a few meters away. Both women. Quan He was glowing with white light all over, with a golden core rotating wildly in her abdomen, resisting the changes. But Yi was struggling, Only the immortal armor she wore was flashing with a faint dark gold hue. But the surface of the armor also began to crack rapidly, and it seemed it wouldn't hold out. Yu Hong's heart trembled, and he quickly manipulated the black spirit, controlling it to reverse direction rapidly. Boom! The room violently shook. A few seconds later, the interior of the black spirit suddenly loosened. The voiceless state instantly disappeared, and the wildly accelerated Yu Hong and Quan He immediately exited that strange state. Thud! Quan He fell to the ground, her cheeks and hair showing a trace of white. Huff, huff, she gasped for breath, her eyes filled with fear. That was just now. Time acceleration, Yu Hong said deeply, recovering from meditation. The flow of time around us accelerated by at least tens of thousands of times in an extremely short period. Yu Hong's expression was grave. He quickly got up and rushed to Yi's side to check her condition. Yi had already lost consciousness. The special nature of the immortal armor, which fused with the body as an external organ, made it a new complete life form when worn. So the time acceleration of tens of thousands of times did not instantly claim Yi's life. But even so, Yu Hong's heart was pounding wildly with fear. He'd always thought that as long as there was a safe house, as long as Yi didn't go out, she would be secure with no problems. But now it seemed. He quickly checked Yi's body to ensure there were no malignant changes, and then heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Boom! A dull sound. The colorful line outside the black spirit window disappeared, replaced by the vast, boundless dark universe. The floating city Absolute Balance hovered in the distance, with a sea of spacecraft still flowing in and out. The black spirit suddenly accelerated again, flying straight toward the floating city. A moment later, AUS Academy Medical Department. The patient's body has no major issues, just some physiological indicators are weak, even weaker than a normal person's. Just pay attention to daily diet and rest, the school's doctor said gently after removing the testing equipment. Thank you, doctor, we will take care. Yu Hong nodded. Looking at the unconscious Yi lying on the bed, he felt an inexplicable sorrow. Didn't Yi's body constitution already evolve? How come? Quan He frowned beside him. The time flow was too intense, and it might have been overdrawn, exhausted.
Yu Hong en souhaite grimly.
He turned to look at Quan He. If that area always has such terrifying acceleration, Quan He, can you withstand it? Quan He opened her mouth. She wanted to say she could handle it, but even though immortal Dao cultivators live long, they are not immortal. The cultivation technique of Qinghe Mountain grants longevity, and as a golden core stage cultivator, she naturally has a lifespan of 100,000 years. Achieving golden core adds 100,000 years. Attaining nascent soul adds another 100,000. Not to mention divinity transformation and returning to void, where returning void cultivators have lifespans close to 1,000,000 years. But even for returning to void, staying too long in such terrifying time acceleration would be unbearable. Thousands of times faster per second, and there's no knowing how long we would remain inside. It's also unclear if the acceleration would increase further. This means that even golden core cultivators would only have a few years to live inside. Returning void would have at most a few decades like ordinary mortals. Chapter 595. The passage of time when stable is not frightening. What is terrifying is the rapid and violent changes over a very short period, and even more terrifying is when the conscious mind can perceive these changes happening. Under normal time flow, consciousness will accelerate together, not detecting any anomalies. But Yu Hong and Quan He sensed something wrong, which meant the time acceleration in that area was abnormal. Yu Hong reached out and patted Quan He on the shoulder. It seems that the path ahead is one I must walk alone. He sighed. Quan He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. The unconscious layer had already begun to show such eerie dangers. Going further, the danger might be even greater. Yu Hong, being too preoccupied, might not have the time to take care of them. I understand. Quan He finally nodded after a moment of silence. We'll find a place to wait for you. How about the Silver Sea world we just left? It's close to the unconscious layer but far from the great annihilation, Yu Hong suggested. How are you doing? What happened? Ku Chan rushed in from the doorway, looking worried. Yu Hong signaled for the medical staff to leave and then carefully explained their troubles to Ku Chan. Besides the unconscious bodies, the unconscious layer, is that dangerous? Wasn't there any recorded data to reference?
Ku Han frowned.
No, we even asked some of the old elders, but no one had described such changes. If those elders hadn't deliberately withheld information, then these changes might have emerged recently, Yu Hong explained. The Great Annihilation. Ku Chan's face turned grim. Let's go together, keep migrating. We can't stay here, Yu Hong proposed again. With the upgrades to my power source, I should be able to carry enough people. The safe house Black Spirit was now a 3-story building. It could squeeze in dozens of people without much problem. The living quality might suffer, but with storage bags they could manage for a long time. I actually mentioned this to my mentors. They recently confirmed through observations that what you said is true. 2 distant space guard post cities have already lost contact. Ku Chan continued. The Council has initiated the Space-Time Giant Wheel project, using the Great Wishing technique to build a space-time giant wheel within 5 days. It can enter the source disaster, leveraging its jump effect similar to space traversal to escape the Great Annihilation. How many people? Have they chosen a destination? Yu Hong's spirit was uplifted, knowing that no one in the floating city wanted to wait for death. They were all striving for self-rescue. The space-time giant wheel can accommodate about half of the floating city's area, including all formal residents. However, the circle of informal residents in the outer city won't make it, Ku Chan solemnly replied. What about the destination? It's not decided yet. The Council's great arcanists received a source disaster map as a gift from Agrius and are currently studying it, Ku Chan explained. When do we leave? Yu Hong asked urgently. If you had come back 2 days later, no one would be here.
Ku Han chuckled bitterly.
Understood. The Great Annihilation is so severe that even the surrender factions are fleeing. But their escape means they are more aware of the dangers than we are. What if we follow their escape route and traces? Wouldn't that be safer?
Yu Hong pondé.
That's a thought the Council had as well.
Ku Han nodded.
You have many people and arcanists who use their minds for cultivation, surely more thorough than I. I'll leave Yi and Quan He in your care. Look after them. Yu Hong conveyed his trust. Rest assured, brother. I'll take good care of them, Ku Chan promised with a serious tone. Oh! Yu Hong was stunned. What? What? Ku Chan was also puzzled. Surely, brother, you haven't gotten together with Quan He and Yi yet? You've been living under the same roof for so long. What would people think if they knew they stayed with you for so long? Yu Hong was at a loss for words. He hadn't considered that aspect. If word got out, anyone could easily interpret Quan He and Yi's intentions. Wait, what intentions? Why don't I know? Quan He was baffled. She had stayed with Yu Hong simply because she had no stable safe house. But from Ku Chan's words, it sounded like she had moved into Black Spirit to pursue Yu Hong. Ah, you two really are slow.
Ku Han sighed helplessly.
You don't understand. Quan He was also speechless. Your big brother's situation is different now. With a body size of 6 meters, who could handle that? Let's not talk about this. Leave a mental imprint in the water instrument ball, so we can later confirm your state and location, Yu Hong said. I'll test the path ahead. Although the time acceleration zone is extremely dangerous, it might also have some benefits. This caught Quan He's attention and she nodded. Indeed, with enough stored vitality, cultivation inside there would be highly efficient. 1 second in there equals several thousand outside seconds. It's very convenient for accelerated training. Of course, the lifespan has to be long enough, she said, touching her graying temples with a hint of gloom in her eyes. There might be more than just acceleration.
Yu Hong murmure.
He sensed his internal state. Within just those few seconds, his Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique was on the verge of reaching the middle stage of returning to void. Under normal circumstances, despite abundant vitality, he would need at least 10 years of intensive cultivation to progress to the next stage. But since his last breakthrough, only months had passed. If used properly, that place could indeed be an excellent zone for acceleration cultivation, provided one could withstand it. After assigning Ku Chan several precautions, Yu Hong re-entered Black Spirit, setting off for the unconscious layer once again. The unconscious layer, also known as the Heartless Belt, is a circular zone close to the source disaster core. Even before fully entering, they were hit hard by its time acceleration phenomena. After placing Quan He and Yi down, Yu Hong piloted Black Spirit and re-entered the wind disaster at full speed, reactivating the vitality ship's function. But the enormous energy furnace accelerated madly, pushing Black Spirit to race through the wind disaster. Yu Hong stood at the window, watching the colored lines blur into a kaleidoscopic haze. He was tense, standing on the first floor, ready to reach their previous destination. In midair, the maniformed colored map showed Black Spirit's green light nearing the previous location. Yu Hong focused, waiting in silence. The wall clock's second hand ticked steadily. But soon, the next second, crack, the second hand of the clock suddenly began to decelerate. It now took 2 seconds of normal time for one tick to pass. Then it became 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The intervals kept increasing, until, click, the second hand came to a complete stop. Yu Hong also froze in place, standing still. The mana within his body still circulated, but at an unfathomably slower rate than usual. Everything in the surrounding air came to a standstill. Even the formation arrays at the Golden Immortal level within the Black Spirit ceased operation. Tiny specks of dust hovered next to Yu Hong, clearly visible in the light filtering in through the window. Yu Hong's thoughts also came to a complete halt, but this static force didn't entirely bind him. The time-space resistance of his powerful ancient god body allowed him to gradually open his eyes, and his divine sense and body began to adapt, slowly starting to function again. Is time itself frozen this time? He wondered to himself. This stasis didn't last long. Soon, there was a booming sound. Stasis vanished, replaced by the once again roaring Black Spirit, heading straight into the depths of the wind disaster. Yu Hong stood on the first floor, raised his hand, and sensed that the time around him had become completely chaotic. He could feel that, on his left hand, the time flow on 5 patches of skin had accelerated to an alarming degree. But aside from these 5 spots, the rest of the areas experienced significant time dilation. More than that, his body also faced similar issues. The time on his cheek accelerated by thousands of times, while his abdomen experienced time slowdown, with his heart beating once every few hours in a normal state. If it weren't for his incredibly strong physique, his powerful ancient god body, and his immense time-space resistance and recovery, anyone else in his place would have fallen apart by now. Yu Hong stood in the center of the hall, his body constantly flickering with dazzling colored lights, shifting from one spot to another without any fixed position. At this moment, the entire Black Spirit also began to tremble violently. Ooh! A sound like a ship's whistle began to ring in Yu Hong's ears. His vision started to spin, rotating clockwise as if in a drum of a washing machine. Everything in sight began to rotate faster and faster. Thin streams of blood flowed from Yu Hong's nostrils, unnoticed by him. Just then, a high-pitched screech erupted from the protective array set by Fu Bai, the Golden Immortal. Clang! It was a burst like the explosion of a drawn sword. This explosion seemed to shatter some diffuse presence in the surrounding space. The time flow distorted and instantly returned to normal. The light outside the safehouse window also reverted to normal, transforming into the quiet, deep starry cosmos. Inside, the hum of the energy furnace petered out, bringing silence, allowing the safehouse to drift slowly in space. Pooh! Yu Hong's legs gave out, and he half knelt on the ground. What just happened? He shook his head, his vision already restored. A trickle of blood hung beneath his nose like snot. He wiped at it, seeing the blood with tiny glints of silver. Where have we ended up? Outside the window was a magnificent cosmos dominated by dark red and silver blue hues. Yu Hong looked down through the window. Behold, the safe house was floating at the edge of an enormous black stone pillar. Several light blue and gray planets orbited the pillar, which stood silently in the cosmos, its surface covered in mottled gray scars. The safe house was positioned slightly to the right above it. Compared to the other planets, it seemed like an insignificant speck of dust. And Yu Hong, inside the house, could see the full view of the pillar only because of the long distance and the pillar's sheer length. From this angle, Yu Hong saw that the end of the pillar was connected to a silver-gray building that looked like a sedan chair. This pillar seemed to be a road, a cosmic path leading to that silver-gray building. I can't go on anymore. I need to rest and recover. If I keep going, even I won't be able to hold on. I need to stop here and strengthen myself again. Looking around, that building clearly held a lot of clues about this place. Chapter 596. Click. Yu Hong stretched out his hand and turned. The mana surged, lightly guiding the safety house to slightly change direction, gently flying towards the silver-gray building connected by the giant stone pillar. Luckily Quan He, and the others weren't here otherwise. Yu Hong felt a deep sense of lingering fear in his heart at that moment. He possessed the trait of an ancient god body, inherently having a high resistance to time and space, yet he had almost failed to endure it just now, getting injured. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been torn to dust by the chaotic flow of time in the middle. No wonder even Agrias couldn't continue exploring further. Yu Hong opened the map, noting the green dot representing the black spirit, which had already reached the farthest point in the wind disaster area, the deepest part of the wind disaster map, and the location furthest from the central universe group. Beyond that, there was nothing. This did not mean the wind disaster ended there, but rather that Agrias could not continue exploring the regions beyond. This map now holds little significance. It's mainly useful for getting a comprehensive understanding of the overall layout of other source disasters. Yu Hong exhaled, sitting cross-legged to start adjusting his physical state. The vast contaminated mana within his body had already self-aligned and returned to normal. Watching the safety house fly towards the distant silver-gray building, he decided to enter meditation to cultivate his mana. The returning to Void Realm mainly emphasizes comprehending how to unify the divine sense and the body, returning to the void, and merging with the surrounding environment, which is key to this step. Soon, little points of silver light began to glow all over Yu Hong's body. A silver-white heavenly river appeared, circling around him. Within the river, innumerable densely packed silver sands flowed and circled, extraordinarily beautiful. But if someone were to magnify these sands with an electron microscope, they would see that each grain of silver sand was a twisted, pained human face of the Yinluo people. They were the vitality of Yinluo people, swallowed and merged by the heavenly river, forever trapped inside, unable to escape. Soon, Yu Hong's divine sense merged into his body, emptying everything, continuously immersing himself into the surrounding void following the divine sense labyrinth method recorded in the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. Poof! 10 minutes later, a circle of silver light spread out from Yu Hong's body, covering the entire internal space of the black spirit. But just as it was about to spread out, the silver light stopped. It seemed to be blocked by the external environment. The rumbling sound of thunder faintly echoed outside but soon disappeared. Yu Hong frowned, tearing off the black cloth covering his eyes, and looked out the window. Here, there's no way to merge with the external environment. He now somewhat understood why heavenly venerates could possess such terrifying power. The path of immortal Tao leads to the heavenly human unity saint position level, where ultimately one merges with the universe itself and controls the power of the entire cosmos. Therefore, heavenly venerates would not leave the place where they achieved heavenly human unity, since there, they could manipulate everything with invincible power. But here, deep in the secluded area, in the unconscious layer, the external environment is already quite close to chaos. As soon as Yu Hong extended his divine sense out, a piece was instantly torn off, retreating like an electric shock. Without the protection of the ancient god body or the powerful defenses of the golden immortal array in the black spirit, he couldn't even adapt to the external environment by simply releasing his divine sense. Chaos equals disorder, and disorder is the nemesis of will. Yu Hong stood up, watching the slowly approaching Silvergray building outside. The speed is still too slow. The energy furnace's propulsion, reaching speeds of hundreds of Mach, was almost negligible in the vastness of space. It would take at least decades to fly over from here. After pondering for a moment, he walked into the storage area piled with various supplies. He quickly found the teleportation array in the Sect's classical books. The array that both He Ying and Bai Shang mastered was naturally not a challenge for Yu Hong, who was now at the middle stage of returning to Void. An hour later, he put down the book, raised his fingers, and a point of silver-white mana glowed at his fingertip. Rise! Hiss! The fluorescent light brightened, instantly enveloping the entire safety house area. The next second, the entire safety house blurred, turned transparent, and disappeared. When it reappeared, it had moved hundreds of thousands of kilometers closer to the Silvergray building. No, the spatial rules here are too chaotic. More than half of them are disordered. Although the instantaneous movement had covered a great distance, Yu Hong's expression became stern. The recent teleportation had consumed 1/3 of his mana. Most of the mana was used to stabilize the spatial distortions and tears during transmission. I can't rush. Yu Hong exhaled, starting to use the gift from Agrius to recover his mana. A few breaths later, his mana returned to its peak state. After observing his surroundings to confirm there was no danger, he activated the teleportation spell again. Hiss! A flash of white light. This time, the safety house instantly vanished and reappeared directly at the steps of the Silvergray building's entrance. I've arrived. Yu Hong entered the main control room and observed the interior of the building through the circular window in front. The grand entrance of the building was not closed but opened outward. Two massive, heavy black stone gates, their edges full of cracks, damage, and grayish decay marks. In mid-air, the dust-like security house slowly floated inward. Inside the building, a beam of golden light shot from an unknown source, slightly inclined, illuminating a stone platform in the deepest part. The stone platform was cylindrical with complex carvings on the top, forming a shape similar to a display stand. The carvings included eyes, human faces, flowers, mythical beasts, and patterns of pure arc lines, cloud patterns, and triangular rings. Under the beam of light, all these patterns shifted like quicksand, flickering, constantly flowing and deforming every moment. Yu Hong gazed at the cylindrical stone platform above. On top of it lay a gigantic book with a golden cover. The book lay open in disarray, as if recently perused by someone. The security house flashed again and teleported forward. The next moment, it appeared above the gigantic book, hovering motionless in midair near the golden beam of light. Standing at the window, Yu Hong looked down. The book was filled with densely packed, huge white characters that he couldn't decipher. Immediately, he cast a spell to comprehend the language. The enormous white characters quickly converted into pure information, flowing into his mind. This is the Star Singing Hall, the final place of eternal silence. We failed. Our will shall dissipate, falling into chaos, while our bodies turn into this last prison, awaiting discovery by later generations. I am the star god Osmer Pataya, followed by a string of more than 30 characters in a lengthy title. On the eve of the Second Great Annihilation, countless star gods formed the Holy Hall of Stars to launch a reconstitution plan. Combining the power of all star gods, we communicated with the cosmos and forged the ultimate sanctuary with source material. The strongest star god Ji led us into the source disaster. Nothing could hinder our advance. Our power was invincible, galaxies could be destroyed at our whim, and even unconscious bodies could only slightly catch our attention. The repeated counterattacks of the source disasters were easily crushed by the Holy Hall. Ji's power was limitless. He wove time, controlled space, organized chaos, sorted and indexed all energies, and created heaven's eye to lock and stabilize everything. Newborn universes thrived under our care, representing hope, order, and our future. But alas, we underestimated the power of the source disaster. Silently, G, who always fought on the front line, was corrupted by the heart disaster. Destruction descended, star god after star god perished, and the survivors fled with newborn universes. The once holy hall turned into a land of despair. Can anyone tell me, is the source disaster truly unbeatable? The enormous flow of information poured into Yu Hong's mind, and for a moment he seemed to see countless star gods, their bodies as vast as stars, rushing through the source disaster, establishing glory, only to be corrupted by the heart disaster and self-destruct shortly after. The glorious civilization was now only ruins. Even such a powerful star god holy hall failed? After reading the information left by the star god Osmer, Yu Hong inexplicably felt a sense of defeat. Star god King Ji, who could organize chaos and create heaven's eye to stabilize the universe, also fell to the heart disaster. Can I truly find the land of vitality? Yu Hong's resolve began to waver at this moment. Despair began to slowly surface. Yu Hong knew that if he didn't handle his current state of mind well, the heart disaster would exploit it. He would fall into an illusion and inevitably die. Immediately, he closed his eyes, no longer looking at the golden book, and sat cross-legged in the security house, quietly meditating, cycling his mana through the cultivation technique. But at this moment, the gigantic golden book seemed to sense something, and without wind, it gently turned to the next page. A new flow of information entered Yu Hong's mind. After Ji's death and the death of countless star gods, I escaped here, barely surviving for billions of years, reduced to a chaos body, awaiting death and dissolution. But a group of new successors delved here. They told me that the source disaster is not invincible. They called themselves heavenly venerates, possessing the power of cosmic law. Though not as powerful as us, their clever use of it could still unleash considerable destructive force. The heavenly venerates told me that destruction is chaos. Facing the source disaster, the more destruction, the more it grows. Only by continuous transformation, using the source disaster to create new order, is the only solution. I was convinced and gave them my last remaining power. Then I watched as they sealed each counterattack of the source disaster, continuously consuming and transforming it, establishing patches of new land. Perhaps they are the true hope. The information broke off. The golden book didn't turn again. Yu Hong snapped back to his senses and suddenly perceived something. He looked up sharply, gazing out the window. The security house's window was directly facing the building's grand entrance. And outside the entrance, an enormous silver-gray eye, a round human eye as big as the gate itself, blocked the doorway, slowly rotating, staring at him. The eye had a silver base and black pupil, with a black cross deep inside the pupil, upon which a humanoid skeleton, burning with silver flames, was tied. The skeleton slowly struggled, falling off the cross, floating downward. It held a dark red, somewhat damaged serrated long knife. The hilt of the knife was embedded with something like crystals, forming a guard. The blade was carved with wave patterns on the side, with a row of fangs-like spikes on the back. Roar! The moment the skeleton landed, it opened its mouth and let out a terrifying roar. The roar turned into a whirlwind, roaring and sweeping through the hall, shaking the black spirit violently. An unconscious body. Yu Hong's face was grim. The unconscious body that could exist in the land of fallen star god must be terrifyingly powerful without a doubt. Chapter 597. Floating City Universe. In the vast and boundless cosmic starry sky, meteors slowly streaked across, clusters of star systems like illuminated flower blooms. The colossal absolute balance floating city. Behind it, a vast plume of silver-white flames was slowly ejected, propelling it forward at an accelerated speed. Buzz! In an instant, a vast expanse of deep black fog quickly spread from the distant starry sky. The black fog moved at a breakneck speed, engulfing meteors, planets, even the dazzling and glaring stars, which were extinguished like turned-off light bulbs the moment they made contact. In the black fog, countless stars could be seen, floating like bubbles, intermittently appearing and then constantly sinking and disappearing. Huge dark purple tree roots occasionally emerged from the black fog, quickly becoming invisible once again. At this moment, within absolute balance, a group of great Arcanist counselors stood on the floating city's highest control platform. On this golden, complex, and luxurious platform, they clearly saw everything happening hundreds of light years away through extended vision arcane magic. The Night Mother Tree has arrived. The current speaker of the floating city was an elder of the Rhino people named Nid Jayton. He held a golden wand, with fist-sized, blood-red elemental crystals orbiting around him. No, it hasn't come. It's also like us, running for its life. Agrias's voice echoed from the surrounding void. The Night Mother Tree possesses extremely weak basic instincts and is not an unconscious body. If caught by the Great Annihilation, its remaining consciousness would collapse instantly. The deepest part of the source disaster is chaos, a place of all order, a place of life, the enemy of will. We must hurry. Activate the Wind Disaster Stargate. With the path left by Agrias's vessel of life, we can ensure the maximum safety of our journey. Speaker Nid Jayton said in a deep voice. The other counselors nodded, raising their wands simultaneously. Buzz. Golden light radiated from the top of their wands. The entire floating city shuddered violently. Then in the space directly ahead of it, a huge elliptical door woven from colored threads slowly emerged. Countless wind disaster color lines swept out from the door like tentacles, grasping at the approaching floating city. This was because the wind disaster, being a part of the source disaster, was self-organizing, attracted by order, and sought to destroy everything orderly. The floating city accelerated forward, and just before the black fog reached it, with a puff, it plunged into the wind disaster and disappeared. In its wake, everything the black fog touched turned pitch black, time eternally stilled, and space shattered and vanished. Only countless chaotic fragments remained, being decomposed by the source disaster into ever smaller particles. And even the particles further subdivided into invisible entities. Asterisk, 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 unconscious layer, star singing hall. Roar. In the enormous silver-gray hall, the burning skeleton, wielding a long knife, roared fiercely as silver flames enveloped its entire body, growing more intense with its anger. Step by step, it approached the black spirit. Its size within the hall seemed normal, but it had to be known that this hall was much larger than typical planets. This meant that the skeleton was extremely large, appearing normal only due to the hall's immense size, given that even the black spirit appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust here. Swish! In the next moment, the skeleton, holding a dark red long knife, suddenly flickered and disappeared from its original spot, just as Yu Hong was searching everywhere for its position. Bang! A shadow of a red blade slammed into the exterior wall of the black spirit from behind. In a massive collision, the black spirit was sent flying backward, barely avoiding crashing into the wall. But before it could regain stability, the skeleton flickered again and struck it squarely in the middle. Clang! A deep crack appeared on the surface of the black spirit's exterior wall. Golden light flickered inside, clearly indicating that without the golden immortal array, it would likely have exploded from the previous blow. Inside, Yu Hong felt his whole body go numb from the shock, transparent waves rippling through the surrounding space. Items scattered around the table and floor were compressed and exploded by the space waves. He struggled to steady himself, sitting cross-legged, attempting to control the safe house to enter a hidden and merged state. But it was of no use. The skeleton seemed to know his location, raising its knife and slashing at the rooftop of the safe house like lightning. Clang! A horrific crack appeared in the safe house again. This can't go on. I must deal with it. Yu Hong's heart was stern. He stood up immediately, coming to the window. His right eye slowly lit up with a colorful halo, with the center being the most striking violet. Returning to void middle stage mana surged in, added with the amplification of chaotic god sky eye skill, controlling the decaying power of the ancient god body. Sizzle! In an instant, a burst of violet light shot out like an arrow from the window, heading straight towards the skeleton. But to Yu Hong's frustration, the violet light flew slower than expected, seemingly crawling like a snail, taking 2 full seconds and still far from reaching the skeleton. The skeleton once again flickered, suddenly appearing above the safe house, its blade tip glowing red, stabbing downwards. Crack. Finally, the safe house emitted a slight cracking sound. Yu Hong, inside the house, was preparing to also set up a teleportation array for an attack. Seeing this scene, his face turned pale, quickly taking out a glowing gold object. It was a small, sheathed knife, black and red in color. He clenched the knife tightly, waiting for the skeleton to appear again. The moment it flashed to the right side of the safe house and slashed down. Swish! The skeleton warrior's sword light in his hand was as even and transparent as fabric. Another slash hit the ceiling of the safety house fiercely. At this moment, a slender pure gold blade light suddenly shot out from the safety house window. The blade light was extremely fast, knocking away the skeleton warrior's sword before circling the hall once, then rapidly aiming at the descending skeleton warrior. Golden permanence slash. The voice of Senior Uncle Feng Shuezi faintly echoed in Yu Hong's ears. The next moment, the small knife, originally spinning toward the skeleton warrior, exploded instantly as the voice sounded. Boom! In an instant, an infinite golden light burst from inside the small knife, forming a golden glowing ball. Apart from condensing into a light ball, the golden light emitted by the small knife spread beyond the speed of light limit, illuminating everything in the hall within a moment. The ground turned golden, and the walls sparkled with golden light. Yu Hong felt a tremendous shock throughout his body. Both he and the safety house shook violently. 2 seconds later, everything calmed down. Yu Hong shook his head and stood up from the ground, supporting himself against the wall. He looked around. The safety house was still intact, but outside the window the skeleton warrior had stopped moving. Yu Hong extended his divine sense and saw the skeleton warrior floating to the right of the safety house, holding a red sword motionless. As Yu Hong watched, the silver-gray flames covering the skeleton warrior quickly dissipated, and its entire body began to disintegrate into silver-gray powder, drifting out of the hall. Yu Hong let out a breath at this sight. Fortunately, I had that life-saving trump card from Senior Uncle Feng Shuezi. The skeleton warrior nearly tore down the entire safety house. He sighed, controlled the safety house to change direction, and flew quickly toward the main exit, not daring to linger any longer. There was no sign of that giant eye outside the door now. The safety house flew out of the star-singing hall. Yu Hong controlled it, not allowing it to move any further on its own. This place was the unconscious layer, and even the Heartless Belt was so dangerous here. If he went further in, Yu Hong knew he wouldn't be able to handle it. He simply controlled the safety house, making countless colored lines reappear around them, returning to the wind disaster high current. Returning in the direction he came from. Not long after entering the wind disaster high current, the safety house suddenly gave a violent jerk and got stuck in place. The surrounding flow of colored lines rapidly passed by, pushing it passively in a certain direction. Yu Hong's heart tightened. His divine sense covered the entire safety house and discovered that almost half of the black spirit had been damaged by the recent golden immortal strike. The array arranged by Fu Bai, the golden immortal, had completely collapsed, and the safety house itself had suffered severe damage. The outer wall structure and internal arrays were on the brink of complete breakdown. He had no choice but to release mana, stabilizing the safety house in place. I have to wait for the safety house to repair itself. In the cultivation chamber, Yu Hong frowned, sitting cross-legged. Fortunately, I strengthened it with a self-repairing ability. Otherwise, this would have been a huge problem. He temporarily covered parts of the safety house with his mana, and then he and the house floated in the depths of the wind disaster. Ahead lay the time turbulence zone, and behind him was the silver high-temperature ocean universe. The appearance of an unconscious body like that skeleton warrior made Yu Hong understand that he and the black spirit were far from having the resources to delve any further. So, he decided just to stay in the wind disaster and quietly start cultivating. The gift of vitality from Agrius was abundant, and the supplies were plentiful, so there was no need to worry about running out of food and drink. Time passed slowly, as the safety house gradually repaired itself. Yu Hong's cultivation also began to make rapid progress. The terrifying cultivation boost from the ancient god body made him sense signs of an imminent breakthrough after just over a month. Bang! In the cultivation chamber, Yu Hong brought up the long-distance communicator he had acquired from the floating city, placing it on the ground. He brought this device mainly to try and establish a connection with the floating city. They should also have set out by now, and if they were likewise in the wind disaster within a certain range, this device could establish contact. Click. Yu Hong turned the knob switch. The communicator was a watermelon-sized black square box, with faint colorful lights showing through inside, a plum blossom symbol printed on the right edge, and a small line of text indicating the brand and the maker's name. The hissing of static noise filled the chamber continuously. Yu Hong didn't mind. It was his break time, and he took out the device just to try his luck and see if he could make contact. Click. Device connected. A sweet female voice suddenly came from the device. Yu Hong's spirits lifted, and he manually adjusted the knob finally. Soon, the static noise reduced, and a faint human voice started to become clearer. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is the Floating City High Energy Communications Department. I am Jackson, the communication officer. I am Yu Hong, from the vessel of life Black Spirit. Yu Hong quickly responded. Oh my! Finally we made contact. The voice on the other side let out a sharp, relieved cheer. Mr. Yu Hong, we finally got in touch with you. Please hold on. I'll notify Mage Ku-chan immediately. All right, Yu Hong answered, feeling somewhat relieved as well. Chapter 598. Waited for about 2 minutes. The communicator once again transmitted a familiar voice.
Yu Hong.
Are you there? It's Ku-chan. I'm here. How are you guys? Where are you now? Yu Hong's spirit lifted as he quickly asked, Are E and Quan He okay? Everyone is fine, but we are still deep in the wind disaster area. We have been to the Flame Star side already. The situation is dire, Ku-chan sighed. The floating city universe has almost completely lost contact. It is probably gone. The counselors followed our advice and went to the Flame Star, but most of the area there is now shrouded in the black fog of the Great Annihilation. We just escaped from there and are preparing to continue migrating to avoid the annihilating fog. Can't find a fixed foothold?
Yu Hong understood.
No. The problem now is resources are limited and the population is large. Even with a closed inner circulation loop, it won't last long. After all, we need to swiftly escape the Great Annihilation. Do you have any suggestions, Yu Hong? Ku-chan asked quickly. Let Quan He lead the way to the Silver Ocean world. It's likely safe there for now. Yu Hong thought for a moment and answered. Okay. Ku-chan nodded. The key issue now is that we can't find a safe enough spot to stop and recuperate. How's the situation on your side? Yu Hong fell silent, pausing for several seconds before answering. Not good either. We encountered an unconscious body, and the safe house was damaged. We are repairing it now, still in the depths of the wind disaster, and dare not move forward. Are you short on supplies? Maybe you can come here to replenish them? Ku-chan said. No need, we still have plenty here, and I don't need to eat much now. Yu Hong refused. As an ancient god body and a returning to void stage cultivator, he no longer needed to eat. With a sweep of mana, he could extract the necessary nutrients from the materials and surrounding air to maintain balance. That's good. Wait a moment. I'll let E and Elder Quan He come to you. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion came from the other end of the communicator. What was that? What just rushed in? Where's the defense ring? Where's the inspecting mage? My God? Run. Quick. Beep. A sharp burst of noise erupted from the communicator, the harsh static causing Yu Hong's heart to leap up.
Kuchan? Kuchan?
He raised his voice, but there was no response, only a cacophony of noise. His emotions were at their peak. He anxiously listened to the commotion on the other end of the communicator. The explosion roared on for several minutes. Clank. A sound of adjusting switches came from the other side again.
Yuong.
Sorry, there was an incident just now. Something rammed into the floating city. It was huge, like a bird. It disappeared after the impact. Now the repair team is checking the damage, but that's not the worst part. The problem is, we seem to have been knocked off our course. Where's the map? Where's Agrius' map? Yu Hong asked tensely. The map is malfunctioning. We don't know where we are now. Crack. After a burst of static, the communication was cut off. Yu Hong's heart tightened. He quickly adjusted the knobs, but it was useless. The communicator remained silent. He sat down, simply starting to cultivate while waiting. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than a week had passed. Chirp. A faint static sound finally came from the communicator again. They're here. Yu Hong abruptly opened his eyes, quickly looking at the communicator. Yu Hong, our situation is terrible. Can you locate us with the water instrument ball? It was Quan He's voice. The tones sounded exhausted, as if they hadn't rested in a long time. I'll try right away. Yu Hong took out the water instrument ball and infused mana into it. The ball carried the personal spiritual imprints of Quan He and Ku Chan. As long as they were within the sensing range of the water instrument ball, their location could be pinpointed. But, after infusing mana, the water instrument ball only emitted a sliver of white light and then fell silent. No, you must be too far from me, Yu Hong said gravely. I see. Disappointment was evident in Quan He's voice. After being hit by that unknown thing last time, we drifted into a mysterious space. There are no colored lines of the wind disaster here, only a dark red light around. The surroundings are boundless, and the temperature is very high. According to the map, we likely entered the drought disaster area. But the map doesn't show our exact location. I suspect we've entered a hidden area. Given the counselor's level, they should be able to figure out a way out, right? Yu Hong said gravely. The counselors thought so at first. Now, people are dying in the floating city every day. The temperature here is too high. Even with the ice array, the external temperature reaching through is still hundreds of degrees. Some groups unable to withstand such harsh conditions have fallen ill or died, and the inner circulation's ecosystem has collapsed. Now, everyone is researching how to leave this place and rebuild a special high-temperature resistant ecosystem. Quan He explained. Are Yi and Ku Chan okay? Yu Hong quickly mobilized the safe house, intending to return to the floating city universe. But Ku Chan and Yi had long left, and he had no idea where to find them. Even if he found them, with the massive population of the floating city, his safe house wouldn't be of much help. They're fine. I should go help. There's a severe water shortage now. At first, no one noticed that the water elements in the air leaked out a lot from the impact, and now we're running low. Quan He answered. Go ahead. Yu Hong exhaled deeply, his mood heavy. He didn't turn off the communicator but stood up to check the restoration status inside the safe house. The black spirit had returned to normal, but the array set up by Golden Immortal Fu Bai was completely destroyed. This was just the first time entering the Heartless Belt, and such a huge problem had already arisen. It seems it's best to stay here for a while, improve my cultivation, and then attempt to go deeper, he thought, recalling the chaotic god skylight beam he had shot out earlier. The beam was too slow, failing to even get close to the skeleton man. Here, the attack speed is a big issue. Even the chaotic god skylight beam can't keep up. If it were me, the result would likely be the same. Continuing deeper would just lead to beatings. I can't go further. He calmed his heart immediately and continued cultivating the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique. Only with sufficient cultivation could he learn the corresponding spells to match the speed of the skeleton man. It's important to note that contamination itself is a stage of rapid speed escalation. From this moment, Yu Hong started a repetitive cycle of cultivation, eating, and cultivation again. He worried that the great annihilation would catch up, and there wasn't much time left, so he immersed himself wholly into arduous cultivation. Quan He contacted him roughly once a week. But each time, the situation grew worse. 2 months later, Yu Hong's whole body flashed with a golden light. His aura suddenly restrained, no longer possessing that strong presence from before. His entire presence seemed to vanish at that moment, serene and peaceful, merging with everything around him. Boo! Yu Hong slowly opened his eyes. I've reached the peak of returning to Void stage. I can't cross the heavenly tribulation here. Must find another place. He was increasingly worried about Quan He recently. The situation at the floating city had worsened, and last week's contact revealed that they had encountered massive lava monsters from the drought disaster. A group of lava angels over 1,000 meters long. Their energy levels ranged from the transcendent to even the top-notch immortal, and their numbers exceeded 10,000. They fiercely fought the floating city upon appearing. Though repelled, the source disaster monster's greatest characteristic is their immortality. The floating city had suffered massive losses in resources and population, with the mages facing heavy casualties, and even a councilman was severely injured. The war continued unabated. Yu Hong skillfully adjusted the communicator to the floating city's channel. But, it's connected. A low cheer came from the other side. Brother Yu. It was Ku Chan. The situation here is dire. We're on the verge of collapse. Wait, didn't you say you could hold on before? Yu Hong's scalp tingled as he anxiously inquired. He had planned to go and pick them up once they survived, but now Ku Chan was saying they couldn't hold on? What a joke! An indescribable tension surged through Yu Hong's mind. Quan He, Ku Chan, they were his most important ties and connections in this world. If they disappeared, he'd be alone in this world.
Sorry.
Brother Yu.
Sorry.
Ku Chan laughed bitterly. Right now, outside, the mages are fighting. Too many monsters, too many. The lava angels have brought in the solar angels. 9 solar angels in total. Several council members have fled. The remaining ones are about to collapse. Where are you guys? I'll come to get you. Yu Hong stood up, quickly controlling the safe house to fly back along the way he came. I don't know. I really don't know. Brother Yu. It's a pity. If there was a bit more time. Perhaps I could revive my senior sister, my dad, my mom, and everyone in the sect.
Yu Hong.
Yi's voice came from the other side. You have to live well. Alone. Yi. The pressure in Yu Hong's heart grew heavier, almost uncontrollable. Don't worry. I heard that if you reach a certain strength, you can revive us. By then, don't forget me. Yi earnestly reminded. Actually, she paused. And Mom, I had already arranged a plan with an undead mage to separate her spirit, give her a body, and successfully revive her. But there's no time. And I'm leaving. You have to take care of yourself alone. My turn. Let me say something. Quan He came closer. Yu Hong, don't worry. Don't be sad for us. After all, you are different from us. We can only barely survive in this world, oppressed by the source disaster. But you are different. You have hope. I admit I am not as talented as you, but if I could become the strongest in a world, you can definitely go further. Just like Yi said, don't forget to revive us in the future. Death now is just a short separation. If you meet the master, senior brother, and sister in the future, remember to help me. Buzz. The sound broke off, suddenly interrupted by a massive tremor, followed by several seconds of silence. No more sound was heard. Yu Hong was silent. He sat there, staring blankly at the communicator. For more than 10 seconds, then suddenly stood up, controlling the safe house to fly frantically back along the way he came. Chapter 599. Floating City Universe. In the midst of the wind disaster, the entrance and exit links of this universe, which Yu Hong frequently visited, had now completely turned into an oval wellhead constantly spewing black fog. The black spirit was floating in the wind disaster, and inside it, Yu Hong looked at the entrance and exit that had been completely destroyed, expressionless. He held a water instrument ball in his hand, injecting mana into it continuously, carefully sensing the traces left behind by Ku Chan and the others as they walked. But unfortunately, the wind disaster seemed to be triggered by the black fog's great annihilation, and around the black fog, black and white intertwined threads were slowly brewing. Yu Hong, far away, looked at those black and white threads from a distance, feeling a sense of heart-pounding fear. Is the great annihilation of the wind disaster going to begin as well? It's not safe here anymore. I thought the wind disaster was the safest place, but now it seems. Yu Hong took one last look at the black fog wellhead, steered the black spirit, and quickly left. He constantly tried to contact Ku Chan and the others along the way, but unfortunately, there was never any response. Clatter. Yu Hong swept the debris and fragments on the table to the ground and sat by the edge of the table. The communicator was still on, but only faint static noise remained. Outside the window, colorful halos constantly passed by, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. He sat by the table in silence. One world and universe after another was being destroyed. The people he knew had all disappeared. In the future, more disasters would follow, constantly erupting, all life decomposing, everything returning to silence. Only now did Yu Hong understand why many people chose death in the face of the source disaster. He didn't know how long he had been sitting when a subtle fluctuation in mana occurred within him, a small breakthrough in the second high martial technique during passive cultivation. This slight fluctuation snapped Yu Hong out of his negative state. He stood up and came to the window. I won't give up just like this. Yu Hong's gaze focused as he watched the colorful lines flowing swiftly outside. Upon reflection, the earlier situation seemed a bit like a heart disaster. They probably wouldn't encounter trouble so quickly. No matter what, I just need to work hard to improve my cultivation. Any status will be beneficial. Immediately, his mind moved, steering the black spirit rapidly back toward the Heartless Belt. He didn't plan to enter it again but sought a place around the Heartless Belt to endure the tribulation first. Asterisk. Over 3 hours later. In a desolate, uninhabited, unknown universe, black thunder spears fell like rain, furiously suppressing and covering Yu Hong completely. Huge vibrations and roaring accompanied countless sparks of electricity. Yu Hong remained unmoved, sitting cross-legged in midair. His terrifying physical strength allowed him to soak in the heavenly tribulation without much feeling. More than 10 minutes passed. The heavenly tribulation vortex slowly disappeared, and a stream of invisible, mysterious energy essence quietly descended, seeping into Yu Hong's body. His expression remained unchanged, while the mana within him began once again to elevate its quality under the nourishment of the essence. Several seconds passed, and the invisible energy essence dissipated completely. It's done. Yu Hong exhaled and stood up. Looking outside, the place he had found was not a complete universe but rather a larger fragment remnant. Initially, he hadn't expected the remnant to trigger the heavenly tribulation. Though its intensity was slightly lower, it had successfully allowed him to reach the returning to Void Peak. Next is the Mahayana. The so-called Mahayana is to expand one's physical body as much as possible. Other realms don't have the word great attached, but this one does. This is the true reason for it. He recalled the cultivation method of the Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique during the Mahayana realm. Mana at this level rises quantitatively, storing as much as possible to prepare for future ascension. However, looking outside, Yu Hong couldn't muster the previous drive to forge ahead and cultivate hard to find the land of vitality. The black spirit accelerated its flight, and the surrounding colorful lines flashed as it quickly returned to the wind disaster. This time, Yu Hong no longer wandered but instead stayed in the house, cultivating diligently every day. Left alone, even consumption of food was simplified. With a sweep and a spit of mana, everything was taken care of. Time passed slowly. The communicator had not sounded again. About a month later, the black spirit finally moved again. This time, it didn't continue staying where it was but flew around the wind disaster zone near the Heartless Belt. Cautiously, Yu Hong mapped out the distribution areas of the time turbulence zone and then began attempting to accelerate his cultivation using the time acceleration. He still had the gift from Agrius with him, a vast amount of vitality that had yet to be transformed into strength. Now, with the time turbulence zone, the transformation could become a reality in a short period. You and my heart, like honey added like that cloud in the sky, floating uncertainly. The computer speaker played an old song Yu Hong brought from Hope City World. The graceful female voice sounded somewhat like E, so he recently enjoyed playing this song on repeat. At this moment, he stood in the center of the first-floor hall. All the trash and debris around had been cleaned up, revealing a large, empty space. He concentrated quietly, waiting for the black spirit to approach the time turbulence zone and slowly enter. In the silent, suddenly, wooden blocks placed on the ground in front of Yu Hong gradually whitened, disintegrated, and turned to ashes. Here you go. His face hardened as he observed the distance at which the wooden blocks turned to ash. Suddenly, he stepped forward. He crashed headlong into the time acceleration zone. At the same time, the vitality crystals he had prepared in advance began to shatter frantically, releasing a massive amount of vitality. The Qingyuan Heavenly River Miao technique inside his body began to circulate so quickly that its shadows flickered, almost impossible to trace. Tracks overlapped, forming a golden network that lit up inside Yu Hong's body. Buzz! A massive amount of vitality was digested, absorbed, converted into mana, and filled into his body. The mana at the late stage of returning to Void Sword crazily, according to the traditional model of Qinghe Mountain. His body should start to expand and grow at this moment. However, because Yu Hong's body had long been strengthened to an ancient god body, its strength far exceeded the original degree of the late stage of returning to Void. Therefore, the rapidly increasing mana could not make Yu Hong's ancient god body expand. Yu Hong just stood in the turbulence. His cultivation surged rapidly, while the countdown for the Black Mark's enhancement also decreased quickly. But it didn't take long. The time acceleration stopped abruptly, and before he could react, everything suddenly came to a halt. Time acceleration directly turned into a time stop. As time paused for a moment, Yu Hong saw the front wooden block, which had turned to ash, begin to rapidly revert to its original state, returning to wooden in a few moments. He immediately realized the danger. Once entering time reversal, the mana inside his body would start to rapidly degrade and revert to vitality. The countdown for the Black Mark would also start to reverse increase. Time reversal. Withdraw. Yu Hong's thought flashed in his mind, realizing the danger, and immediately forcefully controlled the black spirit to disengage. He himself was still in the time acceleration status, highlighting the peculiarity of this area. Separated by only a few meters, there were two different time zones. Buzz. The black spirit buzzed, forcefully disengaging from the turbulence zone. The row of wooden blocks in front of Yu Hong also ceased to change. At this moment, the front fraction of the wooden blocks astonishingly reverted to a fresh green as if just chopped down, while the middle section of the wooden blocks remained in a white ash state. Yu Hong took a breath of relief. He sensed the mana state in his body, and mana had increased by approximately 3/4. He looked again at the Black Mark countdown. The countdown on the surface of the outer eye was reduced to only about 2 years and 3 months. Originally over 5 years, reduced by 3 years in such a short moment. In this brief moment, 3 years have passed. If the Black Mark is affected by the time turbulence, does it mean that the enhancements and items the Black Mark grants could also be degraded by the time reversal, regressing? Yu Hong suddenly thought of this point. Now, he understood the value of his time-space resistance. After resting for a while, he continued to cultivate on the edge of the time turbulence zone. He had no choice but to take risks, clearly on the edge of danger. because he didn't know if the time turbulence zone would change. If it expanded, one slip-up would trap him in the time reversal zone. Then all his efforts and hard cultivation might suffer a huge loss. But Yu Hong had no choice. In his estimation, the Great Annihilation wouldn't take long to catch up, and the Heartless Belt ahead couldn't be passed without golden immortal level cultivation. After all, each unconscious body was unimaginably powerful. If he waited to grow to golden immortal level and explore, the Great Annihilation behind would already catch up and erase him and his safe house completely. Only by using the time turbulence zone to accelerate his cultivation to the maximum, enhancing his strength, could he see a glimmer of hope in the subsequent struggles. Time passed bit by bit. About 5 days in normal time. Bang! Yu Hong stepped on the floor, creating a deep pit. In that moment, within just 5 seconds, the time turbulence zone drastically changed, and the time acceleration suddenly multiplied countless times. His mana surged more than half again, and the vitality gifted by Agrius melted completely in seconds, converting into mana and cultivation. Yu Hong's weight increased more than 10 times within those seconds. His weight technique failed, his feet pressing into the ground, creating huge pressure pits. Luckily, the materials of the safe house were strong, otherwise he would have broken the gravity simulation array. Enough! Yu Hong quickly operated the safe house, vaguely hearing the Black Mark's transmission feedback, but the time flow accelerated so much that his senses couldn't catch up. When the black spirit completely disengaged from the turbulence zone, he regained consciousness. Crack. He looked down, finding his skin was covered with dense golden cracks. Is the rapid time flow unbearable even for me? He used inner vision to find the mana inside had completely transformed into golden threads. They flowed continuously through his blood vessels, like traffic on a highway, releasing pressure attempting to expand outward. Chapter 600. But this swelling force was nothing to Yu Hong. The strength of the ancient god body easily suppressed everything. Mana turning into a golden line is a mark of reaching the Mahayana realm. It seems I've surpassed the returning to void stage. He breathed a sigh of relief. Next was the heavenly tribulation. Finding a place to undergo the tribulation would ensure the stability of the Mahayana realm. Then, he looked at the feedback information flowing in after the enhancement of the Black Mark. But, suddenly, a slight vibration came from outside the window. Yu Hong's divine sense twitched, and an uncontrollable fear surged up from the depths of his heart. He knew something was wrong. He quickly rushed to the window and looked outside. Outside the window, at the rear flank, the originally multicolored wind disaster now had black and white disaster threads appearing in a small section. The Great Annihilation! It's coming! Yu Hong's heart trembled. Estimating the approaching speed of the black and white threads, he figured there was only about an hour before this place would be engulfed by the wind disaster Great Annihilation. I have to flee! Without thinking, he quickly placed a row of small wooden blocks on the black spirit ground, then manipulated the black spirit to change direction, charging swiftly into the time turbulence zone. The mana, after being stimulated, was ordinary mana before flowing into the ancient god body. However, after circulating within Yu Hong's body for a while, this mana initially gained some temporal resistance of the ancient gods. At this moment, a large amount of mana wrapped around the inner and outer layers of the safe house, forcibly blasting through the time turbulence zone, passing through a large area. A few minutes later, whoosh, the black spirit once again darted into the Heartless Belt. Ahead was a long, straight black stone pillar avenue. At the end of the stone pillars was the enormous silver-gray star Singing Hall. This time, Yu Hong did not stop, but activated the black spirit stealth integration function. The teleportation technique flashed, and the safe house brushed past the star Singing Hall, rushing deeper. In the dark red and silver blue interwoven starry sky, the black spirit continuously flickered, teleporting rapidly away from the star Singing Hall behind. The once enormous silver-gray hall gradually shrank with increasing distance, becoming blurred until it was no longer visible. Yu Hong opened the map and looked at the next area. Next to the Heartless Belt should be the Invisible Belt, also the extremely dangerous zone that Senior Sudan mentioned, where danger comes without warning and time of arrival. I can't rush in blindly. Boom!
Sudanli, a loud explosion resounded.
The entire safe house seemed to be heavily struck by something, creating a huge dent in the middle. Yu Hong's mana was scattered on the spot. The material of the safe house bent, twisted, and cracks appeared, with all arrays collapsing instantly. This enormous pure monstrous force sent the black spirit soaring upward in an instant. Yu Hong tumbled and floated within the house, vaguely seeing through the window a silver humanoid figure, even larger than the star-singing hall, waving countless silver-white arms, clearly the one that had hit the black spirit just now. The humanoid figure's lower body was like a snake tail, entirely pitch black, with the tail end connected to a long, indeterminately extending silver river. The tail and the river were entirely merged, indistinguishable from each other. Yu Hong noticed the humanoid figure had no facial features, only the silver flames enveloping it, similar to the skeletal humanoid from earlier. Another unconscious body. He had no time to think. His entire body's mana furiously stirred, supporting the black spirit to decelerate rapidly until it finally stopped flying. After 2 minutes, the entire safe house slowly came to a halt. The originally small building-like safe house had now turned into a U-shape, with a large dent in the middle. Yu Hong sat cross-legged in the cultivation room of the house, his face pale, panting heavily. So this is the Heartless Belt. He finally understood why Senior Sudan always mentioned the deepest part in a state of reticence. Just now, that monster only didn't pursue him. Otherwise, the safe house could have been smashed to pieces. Yu Hong truly didn't dare to move recklessly this time. Sitting cross-legged, he adjusted his breath for a while, with all his vitality already converted into mana, leaving no room for further cultivation. After recovering his state, he got up and looked out the window. This glance made his heart tighten suddenly. Not far outside the window, countless silver stars surrounded the center. Sitting there was a white-haired elder in a white and blue robe. The elder's eyes were closed, smiling, holding a jade rue in one hand, and placing the other hand calmly on his knee. If it were just this, Yu Hong wouldn't have been so scared. The key was, this elder was enormous beyond imagination. The star-singing hall he had just escaped from, and the long stone pillar avenue. From here, they seemed like mere specks of dust floating beside the elder's fingers. Even the elder's fingernail was larger than them. Moreover, the elder's white hair was coiled into a bun, and the silver-black triangular crown adorned with a constantly rotating golden star system in the center was above it. Yu Hong didn't even dare to breathe heavily at this moment, carefully manipulating the black spirit to fly away from the elder in the opposite direction. Although he knew that, at his current level, it was unlikely that his actions would disturb such a powerful being, but instinctively he felt compelled to do so. The teleportation spell was quietly activated. With a whoosh, the next second, the black spirit instantaneously moved a considerable distance away. As time passed, he teleported again and again, until the old man shrank to the size of a palm, and he finally slowly relaxed. Only then did he have the chance to check the feedback from the black mark. Hint: you have successfully entered the Cloud Racing Venerable's radiation zone and gained the trait, Cloud Speed. Cloud Speed, your own speed increases by 25%. During the exploration of the Source Disaster Core, the Cloud Racing Venerable perished for unknown reasons. His body, upholding his will, does not erode over time and constantly emits special radiation to combat the source disaster. This radiation mimics the red sky fruit and can convert the source disaster power into a special enhancement for life within its range. Once you leave this range, the enhancement will disappear. This radiation will continuously consume the Venerable's body until it completely disintegrates into everything and ceases. Yu Hong's initial fear slowly subsided due to the black mark's prompt. Heavenly Venerate. Even such a powerful Heavenly Venerate mysteriously perished. Gazing at that colossal corpse once more, a profound despair rose within his heart. No, I still have the black mark. I still have hope. He suddenly pulled his consciousness away from the depths of despair. That's right. I haven't checked the enhanced traits. He quickly regained his composure, using inner vision to examine the state of the outer eye in his mind. In his mind, in a corner belonging to his traits, a peculiar light ball shimmering golden with black lines, floated silently among a cluster of traits. Yu Hong stepped forward and gently touched it. Outer eye, also known as the galaxy eye, its origin is unknown. Its material is unknown. The All Saints Venerable discovered it during a source disaster exploration and refined it into his right eye. You have acquired the galaxy eye, you have gained the trait. Immortal. Immortal, you will not be affected by changes in time and space. Immune to space-time techniques. You have acquired the galaxy eye, you have gained the traits. Sound of decay. Decaying eye. Sound of decay, your voice can decay all things. Decaying eye, your gaze can decay all things. You have acquired the All Saints' right eye, you have gained the trait. Incomplete heavenly venerable position. Incomplete heavenly venerable position. You can perform mass energy conversion without any loss on all energetic and material substances within the range of your divine sense, once per day. Yu Hong suspected that this enhancement would bring significant changes, but he didn't expect it to be so extensive, especially this incomplete heavenly venerable position. Lossless mass energy conversion. This has already touched upon the highest fundamental laws. Converting matter into energy is one thing, as there can be many types of energy with simple methods of conversion, but if energy wants to condense into matter, the required level would be extremely exaggerated. Standing still, Yu Hong touched his right eye, momentarily lost in a nameless shock. The heavenly venerate's right eye. Indeed, strengthened to this point, I have hope before the great annihilation arrives. There's still hope. His heart, just struck into despair by the looming great annihilation, now brimmed with hope again due to the Black Mark's enhancements. If the heavenly venerate can't break through this dire situation, then enhance once more. Reaching out, Yu Hong moved his mind, and a perfectly intact turquoise-green wooden block floated into his palm. Convert, he commanded internally. Instantly, the wooden block melted like ice meeting light, rapidly transforming into a ball of bright white ionic energy. The entire process of conversion from wood to energy was completely overlooked by the heavenly venerable position. One step, one success. But the incomplete version could only be used once. And the immortal trait, it came at the right time. No longer troubled by the time turbulence, now he didn't have to worry. Immortal directly immunized against the effects of time and space on himself. Yu Hong carefully felt the sensation of the heavenly venerate's right eye, feeling as if there was a scorching little sun within his eye socket. Mana flowing in and out, transforming from cold water to boiling water. The altered mana then began to transform and influence his entire body. Having tasted its benefits, Yu Hong immediately drew the immortal and ancient god body traits together, forcibly merging them. Quickly affirming the Black Mark's query, the two light balls merged, revealing a countdown. 19 days, 3 hours, 7 minutes. After finishing all this, Yu Hong began to help with repairing the entire safe house. The benefits brought by the heavenly venerate's organ were far more than just traits. It also included the unique changes due to the strength of the heavenly venerate's body. And this, in the Qinghe Mountain universe, where there was long no more heavenly venerates, would be the only hope to resurface. At the moment Yu Hong enhanced the heavenly venerate's right eye. Far away in the heavenly venerate universe, Feng Shuezi and the corrupt traveler's bodies slightly trembled, sensing some unusual change burgeoning in the universe. The two stood apart on a patch of red light ground. The ground lay in the pitch-black lightless fog, with a massive vermilion fruit floating in the center, continuously absorbing the surrounding black disaster radiation, converting it into new vitality power. Just now, the source disaster seemed slightly weaker than before. Feng Shuezi, single-handedly releasing layers of golden light, suppressed the innumerable black disaster great annihilation mists outside. Capable of suppressing the black tide protecting an entire planet, he could now barely envelop himself, Fu Bai, and a small red sky fruit area in the great annihilation black mist, and that was all. The two had thought they could no longer hold on, but suddenly the intensity of the black disaster Great Annihilation decreased by a small margin. Though it was just a tiny reduction, it offered them a brief respite.